All right, cool. So this live is all about you as a spirit, okay? I'm gonna wait for people to get in here, but I got blocked for talking about this last time. So I'm gonna do it differently this time, okay? Because you're too important. All right, I came back after getting blocked for a week. All right, welcome me back, please. This is insane that this is supposed to be the future, right? Like we're supposed to interact through technology that's constantly watching us and making money off of collecting our information so that they can actually show us to who we want. Cause I've gotten multiple accounts taken down just for talking about American history. And I'm doing this live because I just got kicked off of a live for speaking about American history. And just objectively slavery and how America was built on slavery and then the spiritual significance of that. And somehow that's hate speech. And it's just so wild because I've had my account taken for hate speech, but I've literally watched videos of white people calling black people the N-word. And then those blow up to millions of views. So my question is, TikTok, how come you're taking down videos of a black person saying the N-word on an educational level, saying, why is it here? And you're saying it's because that's hateful, right? Cool. But how come if that's hateful, you're letting videos of white people actually using the word as it was intended, and then those white people get beat up by black people? I'm talking about a video where a white guy called a black guy the N-word, and then the black guy beats the life out of him. And TikTok is that's not hateful. That's free speech. This is health. This is what we know you humans are. So now it's just literally we are in this world where these people can do anything they want to with our information. They can do anything they want to with us, and we're paying them for it. I'm getting treated like this from this app, from this system, and I'm paying money to be treated like this. So this is why it's important to know the history of slavery in the world. You feel me? Because we're living in. All right, these tech companies have us enslaved, okay? And it's important that we know who we are spiritually so we don't get lost in this world. Because what you're about to see here is as people believe more and more in technology, it's literally going to be like Black Mirror, right? If you haven't seen Black Mirror is basically about how people are scared of dying, so they want to live on technology forever. And it's bro, if you weren't scared of death, someone wouldn't be able to make money out of your mind. Because that's all that's going to happen. The moment you're I need to put my brain on technology. So the person who made that computer owns you forever now. You're just forever a mental slave to some random Bill Gates person. And that's, oh my gosh. Let me read these comments, bro. Because y'all, I literally got kicked out of this live, and I was literally just talking about the history of America, and it was in a live where this woman, her name's Clone Spirit, she was super cool. I was watching it for a little bit, she was just spiritual. So now I got to get on here and do my own spiritual live because for some reason I got kicked off of that one for just talking basic facts, just basic American facts. We are in a world that truly doesn't want us to know history. It's so weird. How am I going to get taken off of an app when I'm just talking about history? I'm just talking about what it took for the app to be possible. So you don't want me to talk about what it took for this app to be possible, or you don't want me to talk about what it took for the government or even this language. Because this English language is racist as an indigenous person, I didn't choose to speak this language. Europeans brought this language into my land and forced me to learn it because this is how they were building the New World Order. That's why I can pull up a dollar bill and it will say in Latin. I was forced to learn Latin for 4 years, by the way. So it will say in Latin, Novus Ordo, something, if I go pull it up, right? Novus Ordo is basically New World Order. That's the point. So Latin made English, and English is basically Latin. And let me read y'all real quick because look, this is about to be a spiritual life. All right, this is real spirituality. You're not going to get any kind of spirituality like this anywhere else, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm literally, as a spirit, what this reality knows as Hermes Trismegistus. I don't care about my past lives that much, but also I'm only building this present life on my past lives. So I have to find this balance of addressing my past lives, but I also know that none of you can really relate with that because we're here now. So I love being Chase Clarence Calloway. That's my name in this life. Okay. But also we're going to see how you literally wouldn't be able to have any form of intelligence if you only lived once. So by the end of this live stream, you're going to see how we actually have to live multiple lifetimes to even be smart enough to take on an organ this big. Because I want you to think about it like that. Like when you look at your human body, it's really flipping complex. Like really, really, really complex. So many spirits, so many individuals are working to make up your body right now. And like, that's literal. Like, of course, science is lost with spirituality because our spirits create physical reality. So I'm about to get into how our spirits create physical reality. So now you can see whenever science or psychologists or any branch of science is trying to get you lost in logic, you can see how their logic only matters because of spirituality, but their logic only exists because they're denying spirituality. For example, all this science about humans not having a soul, just because they can't see a soul. When I'm about to explain right here how a soul is the only thing that makes sense. And the whole point of a soul is that you're an individual. So let's see. Welcome back. Thank you. Because we are in the upside down. Literally, like, it's so weird. We are in the upside down. Like, people actively support war. And as a spirit, okay? So as me, when I know who I am, like I literally know who I am, I cannot imagine how people would support war. The only way I can imagine supporting war is if I create a body in this realm, I forget about my spirit, and I relate with everyone on their level. Now I can communicate about this because I've been living 24 years in this world. So because I've been living in a space outside of my own, I'm able to interact with ideas outside of my own. But of course, the only way I can live in a space outside of my own is if I created myself. So that's why if you Google Hermes Trismegistus, you're going to see that he created the caduceus because I created the caduceus. That's why the medical industry uses the caduceus. So you know that staff, two snakes wrapping up it with the wings at the top. You see that all the time in medicine, right? They'll never teach you what it means, ever. Not once. Any doctor, any nurse, whatever you're doing, they're only going to use that symbol to sell medication. But they're never teaching anyone in any doctor's school what that symbol means because they stole it from Hermes. That's why we can Google what it means, and I'll tell you what it means because I made it. But again, we're just talking about making our bodies, okay? Right. I love you. Hey, I love you too, all right? We soon only can have one child in each family. Unapologetic shot. So, hey, bro, this world is really, China's supposed to set the stage for everyone, right? So China is supposed to like be the platform for where we're supposed to go. So, I mean, yeah, right. That's already a thing in China. All this technological surveillance, right? The ability for the government to literally be in your phone all the time, making sure that you're looking at what they're creating for you to look at. That's China. That's where America's going. That's what this is. That's why I've lost 3 accounts and I hate this future. So I was called here. The only reason I'm alive right now is Chase Clarence Calloway is because I was called here. All right. So that's a big thing too. Like people literally think that you're born, then that means that you just happen to be. No, I chose to be born here at the time. I chose to be born on May 16th, 1997. And I created a particle, right? So my body's a particle, right? But guess what? My body only matters because of a wave. So obviously this body is vibrating. I'm talking science right now. All spirituality is scientific. That's why they all stole everything from me as Hermes. Again, you can Google, right? Because I know Google's people's gods, but the point of Google is that it amasses all the collective consciousness. It's not like Google is God. Like you go on Google to see what infinite real people across the world have said, right? So Google is the web that connects all this information. You can Google Hermes and see how I'm making all of my past lives make way more sense. So just know that Hermeticism in general, all right, I'm talking about Hermeticism here, but since that's old, I'm renaming it CymaTree because in this life, I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. I'm CymaTree, all right, that's CymaTree. So CymaTree, it's all about the C, all right? So when you know that everything you can see is an expression of your imagination, you're able to enjoy life better. All right, why not be an artist? You feel me? Like, why not be an artist? All right, the upside down, exactly. Hi from South Africa. What's up? Right. Because they're pushing the Mandela effect. Got to be smarter than that. They are. They really are. They want people to feel crazy. And it's like, that's all that gaslighting energy too, right? Where literally I just got kicked off the live because I was talking about the history of what Europeans did to take over this country. So that's a big example where they want to act like they didn't do horrible things to take over someone else's land. And instead they want to lie and say they were always there, when obviously the history shows that they only did horrible things. But they want to ignore that they did horrible things to the point where they'll block me from talking about it and instead want everyone to just keep living in the world that is only possible because of all the horrible things they did, which means they're still doing the horrible things, guys. Like, the big lie is them acting like all those atrocities were in the past, when obviously they just evolved upon doing it. That's what we're seeing with war right now. Like, it's just, they're really good at trapping our attention on a phone so we don't care about what's happening to our neighbor. We don't care about what's happening to that person down the street. We don't care about what's happening to homeless people, right? They can't afford to have social media. We can't even see them. They're dead. You know, like, they went away at the beginning of this pandemic because they didn't have enough money to pay for TikTok algorithms to control them. Because basically everyone who actually exists in the world has a metallic device called a phone that plugs them into TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. If you don't have these, you don't exist in this world. It's so wild. And the government's able to do whatever they want to people who don't have those apps, because all of us as like the overall general collective, we're too busy paying attention to the apps. So yeah, this is how they're pushing the Mandela effect and gaslighting everybody. All right. They gaslight us really hard, really hard. I'm ready. Yeah, we're about to talk about it. Because look, when you look me up online, you will see that Hermes and Thoth are the same spirit. Okay, so everything I'm explaining to you is from my perspective as a spirit that expresses its soul through the body of Hermes, through the body of Tahuti, through the body of Odin, Ningishzida, Zoroaster, Idris, Quetzalcoatl. Like, I have so many past lives, but the whole point is that each life is me expressing my soul in a different civilization or simulation. You know, I think every civilization is a simulation. You know, this is a different simulation we're in. This is the America simulation, right? Like, this is the New World Order simulation, the New World Order civilization, okay? But it's all built on what they stole from ancient worlds, obviously. And like, even Marvel movies will tell you that, right? Like, Marvel movies are all about how all the scientists and technological masterminds of that time stole indigenous alien technology. They like always admit that indigenous peoples were in contact with aliens and that they had awesome technology. This used to be an interdimensional hub of communication. That's the point of Mercury, by the way. So that's what Earth would be. That's why they would call me as Mercury here, to communicate. And then I build pyramids. All right. So again, this government knows that Hermes and Tahuti built the pyramids of Egypt. This government knows. That's why they put it on the internet. That's why they put it in movies, but they're not going to teach us it in school. And what they're going to teach us in school is all of their history. So now what happens is, when people learn all the whack ass history in school, they, one, believe in that history, and two, don't feel like actually expanding their mind further than that. So now, because they believe in the lies, they don't feel comfortable actually learning the truth of how their government came to be. So, hey, right? They don't even want you to do your own research. It's so weird. There they are. So, yeah, there you are. So happy to see you. Thank you. Right? I appreciate it. Oh, you're from the other live, James in Palm Springs. Welcome, James. Hey, how are they really going to, man, I'm capping right now. Like, how are they really able to be making 3D meat in houses right now? People don't think that's not weird. It's interesting. And you know what? 3D printing is supposed to be the future, right? Like, it makes sense. I mean, everything with technology makes sense. That's why it's happening. So I, as Mercury, am here to make sense. So when I'm here to make spirituality make sense, you're able to be like, shit, well, everything in physical reality makes sense because I'm able to see where it all connects, because everything is happening inside of space. So when science and all these systems don't acknowledge that you as a space have to create something to observe yourself, they're messed up. They're lost. And that's why they're going to get you lost in all of your lies. You, as the observer of your body, know that you are not your thoughts and you are not your feelings. No one can see your thoughts. No one can see your feelings except you. That should in and of itself be proof that you are an individual space, or you are God. Like, every time a religion wants to tell you about created the world, that's you. It's just you have your own world. Oh, a host is inviting me to go live. That's nice. I have a feeling last time I accepted threw me completely off, and I didn't get to the spiritual thing. So I'll wait on that. I thought you were blocked. Literally, I had 3 accounts blocked. This account was blocked. Thanks. I'm back. Because this is the world, apparently. Like, it's so weird how school trained us, right? Like, we're literally living in one big grade school. Like, if you are, if you have a phone, right, and you interact through an app, you're living the grade school life where teachers and principals are able to force you to go to that school, but they can also force you to not be able to communicate in that school. Like, here's something that happened to me growing up. When I was a kid and I was forced to go to grade school, I'm in a world, right, where I'm supposed to make money. So, because as children, we know that we need money to go anywhere or do anything. But then the society that tells us we need money says that we literally are not allowed to make it until a certain age. So if you're a child born into a certain family, you're stuck in poverty, because the world that makes poverty profitable for rich people says that you as a child can't work your way out of poverty. So they're going to put you in a more impoverished building, which they call a school, and then they're going to teach you a bunch of facts that are going to keep you even more in spiritual poverty. So you feel like you are always poorer and lesser than the people that they're teaching you about in school. When I as Hermes, I as Tahuti, I as Quetzalcoatl, the whole point of me coming into reality is to talk to you about how you are infinite. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to be a god and then hanging out with someone who's not a god. Like, if you're hanging out with me, you have to know how you're a god too. So that's all I'm ever on in past lives. That's why I'm the messenger of the gods. You feel me? Like, it doesn't matter like what god you are. We'll probably find some common ground. We can probably hang out. We can probably toke up, we can probably enjoy the plants, and then I'll be on my way and I'll fly to a different universe. All right. This is what I do, by the way, guys. Like, I do this on a daily basis. And it's so messed up that we're in a world that teaches us that death is real, because I die every time I separate my mind from my body and go somewhere else. I die all the time. And then I come back and then I animate my body. So it's just about your awareness and your mind. You know that your mind is controlling your body. Right? Everyone here knows that. Everyone here knows that your body is not controlling your mind. We know that I'm not here being controlled by my body, right? You know that you're watching my mind communicate, but you can't do that if I don't have a body. So now we have real life hermetic alchemy. We have why all these elements have to kind of happen at once. So my body is my earth, my mind is my air, my soul is my water, my ego is my fire. We'll get into that. Let me read these. So hold up. I was blocked, right? But again, we're in this grade school world where they can literally make you go to their system and then tell you that you need to follow their rules, but then they don't even follow their own rules. So the teachers don't have to follow their own rules. The principals don't have to follow their own rules. The people who build this building didn't even have to get permission from the Native Americans that they stole the land from. But they can force you to go to that building under fear of death. This world's so messed up. Thank you, bro. Thank you. The world actively tries to keep you focused on the physical so it can enslave you. People here are woke. I see why TikTok's been deleting me. Y'all are too woke. Y'all are actually like really woke. Like, they're scared. They're scared. They're like, I'm about to be back just to laugh about how scared these people are real quick. Bro, they're so scared. They're actually like actively scared of us. But like, they should be actively scared of us. That's hilarious. Okay. So of course they're actively scared of us. Like, we're the people. We are the people that make this system matter. So like, that's why they want to control us so hard. Like, the moment we become more conscious, so this is why I'm here, right? This is why I'm here in this app with you. The moment we become more conscious, the moment we realize that we are space and that we are creating structures to stabilize our space, you see how much more sense that makes in any science? That you are a space creating a structure to stabilize your soul or your feeling, right? Like, think about how chaotic your emotions are, right? Like, your emotions can go anywhere. This is especially for my women, right? Like, women know that your emotions are so fucking chaotic that you had to like do a bunch of internal magic to get your water cycle on track, right? Because that's what our emotions are. So all of our emotions is our internal water cycle. So that's your soul. Like, your soul is literally just how you connect with yourself forever. So this is why you can't see how I connect with myself. None of you can see how I feel until I feel like expressing it through something you understand. So just because I feel like expressing my soul doesn't mean you'll comprehend it, because I have to do it in a way that's grounded. That's the point of water going from air to earth. Yeah. They're definitely aiming for full control. It's insane. Clone Spirit, hey, thank you, Clone Spirit, because you're woke. You're like one of the most woke people on this. I don't know if you're here right now, but I mean, I know you got like motherly duties and everything, right? The most important job in the world. I love my mom so much. So this is the soul, right? Thinking like your internal mom is your soul, okay? And then your internal father is your ego. There's so many ways I can go with this. That's why, yeah, the point of this English language and me living was so that I can translate all of my past lives into English. So now everything that I've been through before this point, I can make it make sense in this language. But if I'm speaking in my past languages, what's the point in talking, you know? So obviously, each time we come into a new civilization or a new lifetime, that's going to be a different language. You can't fully carry those memories. Your spirit has to suppress those memories, right? And then science will get into that. Again, science is lost without spirituality, but science tries to make sense out of repressed memories. I, as Hermes, will tell you that that's literally you as a spirit blocking yourself off from a certain part of your soul because you don't want to connect with that energy in your space because something happened in the past where you got traumatized and now there's a lot of blockage in that part of your space. And then this manifests in your body as cancer. This manifests in your body as chi blockages and tumors. And your mind and your spirit being blocked manifests in your physical bodies being blocked. It makes no sense for this body to be diseased. The only reason this body would be sick is because my mind is sick and my mind is communicating in a way that's messing up my body. Or my body is messed up because other people are poisoning the environment that I'm living in. And that's the case for most of us, right? We can't control that our water's poisoned by these companies. We can't control that our air is poisoned by these companies. We can't control that all of our food and everything we consume is poisoned. All we can do is water fast, all right? That's why you can click the link in my bio. You can read all about how fasting heals your body. That's why we fast. Also, we're going to be fasting. We're fasting starting next Monday, not this Monday, but be prepared for that. Because again, the whole point of water fasting is to connect with your soul. So everything that I'm talking about here naturally, like if you want to like get into our online courses, you can join Artist Saying Academy for free. The point is I have so much content for free. But if you're serious about yourself, yeah, you can value me, get connected to the school, gang, fasting. But before that, the point is for you to know where you're coming from. So all of physical reality makes sense. Because when you know where you're coming from, you're able to see where everyone else is coming from. When you don't know where you're coming from, how are you going to see where other people are coming from? Right? So this is why I, as a spirit, I'm able to provide clarity on what's happening in the environment way better than most people because I'm connected to myself. And when you are a spirit, aka when you're aware that you are space, creating something to connect with other spaces, you're able to have a way higher perspective. Because just that idea is a higher vibrational idea than thinking that you are the structure that you're using to experience yourself right now. Because like I can think of all my past bodies, so it doesn't make sense for me to think that I am this body. And it never made sense for me this whole life. I'm being taught that way because that's the issue with this world, but it doesn't make sense on a spiritual level. Yes, I keep saying this. Once I'm deactivated on Facebook, they act like I'm missing, straight up. Like, hello, I have a life outside of my phone. But they don't want us to feel like we have lives outside of our phone. That's what meta is, right? That's why Mark Zuckerberg is up here like, you guys can work in the metaverse. Like, bro, we don't want to work in your metaverse. We're trying to play. What are you doing? Humans are here to play and connect with other humans. We didn't come here to slave away to someone that hates us. But that's literally how the New World Order views everyone who creates a human body on planet Earth. They're like, oh, a new human was born, new slave. They must be here to work for us. Like, bro, what? Like, work for yourself. Learn how to connect with yourself. I feel like we get a mini video for each question asked, and we appreciate that. That's hilarious, Ego Ascendo. I do know I'd be going off, but this is the mission. So I appreciate you for appreciating it. The American dream. What a joke. It's all a dream. So funny. Marvel definitely give all the truth hidden in plain sight. Yo, and I have a series. You can hop into my website. You can see that for free. I'm about to be expanding that. It's called Predictive Programming. Okay, now TikTok deletes me a lot. That's why I say you got to follow me on YouTube. YouTube at least isn't deleting me. Get connected to my academy, link in the bio. That my website's not going to get deleted. It's just because TikTok connects like 1 billion users, and it's the one app that you don't have to pay money to organically connect with people on, that they have it super controlled, right? So the point is, money rules this world because the people who made up money want to steal everything from indigenous peoples. And they have successfully done that up to this point. So the only reason people are agreeing that all this can keep going on is because people agree that the New World Order and these light supremacists can steal everything that they want from Native Americans. And it's a shame because the fact that I'm even scared of saying that without getting taken off this live shows the world that we're in. Like, I can't even talk about the genocide that happened against my own family because the people that made that possible and profit off of it own the thing that I'm communicating into right now. Because the point of them taking over my land and splitting my family apart and forcing me to learn English was so I felt like I could only connect with you through something that they're making money off of, something that they can control. And now I'm supposed to project all my positive emotions of connecting with people, not in real life, but onto a phone. So, silly. It's important that we know that we build ourselves. I'm about to get into that. I love your Chinita eyes. I don't even know who Chinita is. Chinito. Mofo for show. Hey, what's up? You got the drip. All right. We got the water fasting. All right. I don't know who Chinito is. I guess I can look it up because that's the point of Google. Even though I could just wait for your comment. But no, I'd rather just, let me see. A restaurant came up. Chinito is a song. So I'm just going to take it as, okay. It's a Chinese thing. So I got some Chinese eyes. That's hilarious. Well, just know that indigenous peoples and Chinese peoples and Egyptians like have very similar eye structure, right? Like when you look at the Egyptian eye, like, man, look at my eyelashes, bro. In grade school, kids would throw water in my face because they would tell me I had makeup on. This is how much we're in a world of projection. It didn't matter that I didn't have makeup on because it looks like I have makeup on. These were, of course, white kids who didn't get in trouble, by the way. White kids got to throw water in my face and say that I'm gay, right? Because they're saying I'm wearing makeup. Even when it didn't run, they'll still say it. So we're in this world. People just say what they want, and people will perceive you however they want. And it's up to you to communicate your way out of those like perception and projections and connecting with people who just want to eat you, you know, like, because that's this world. Like when people connect with you, they mainly want to eat you. And I'm speaking for every single person in this live. Like we're in a capitalist world where people get pleasure from eating. This is why we fast, right? We get pleasure from communicating and creating. But most people, all right, who aren't rolling with the CymaTree, all right, who aren't connected to the CymaTree, they get pleasure from eating and eating gratuitously and eating violently and eating constantly and never stopping. And then wondering why their body is blocked and full of garbage, you know, because they're not happy. And it's really this exactly what Clone Spirit was saying in her live stream too. So shout out her, because literally people who eat a lot, they're not happy. This is why I fast. And this is what I learned from fasting 24 days before I graduated my senior year of college. Because that was like, I was in a relationship with this girl, but then like these other girls were harassing me and they started harassing her. And it became a weird thing where I started to feel like the only girl that I could safely be with was a girl that I was with, because these group of girls were like harassing me. Making a bunch of threats about wanting to do things to me that I can't really say here, but you can imply that. And it made me super scared. It was such a weird time in college. I had to learn that this was a carryover of my past life as Hermes. and this was stuff I was going through as Chase. Okay, so this is stuff I was going through as Chase before anyone like cared. Like I wasn't talking with anyone about past lives or anything. And people did not understand why I had these cults of women chasing me like it's my name. Synchronicities, all right? So I couldn't like avoid being chased. Like I get chased into every reality I go into because people aren't happy alone, which is why I had to double down on hermeticism and really make the point that you had to be happy alone, and no real God wants to be worshiped. A real God is happy alone. So that's why a real God is not going to create a religion that teaches you to serve them, because a real God serves themselves. So once a real God serves themselves, what's the point in having other individuals serve you when you serve yourself? That's the opposite view of slavery, right? Like there's no point in enslaving someone else when you're in control of yourself. And especially when you get to that God mode of knowing I'm the only one who can do it right anyway. Like, why would I enslave someone else to put out my vision when my vision is an expression of myself? The only way I could enslave someone else to put out my vision is if my vision is not really my vision. And that's, again, all of America. Welcome to all the New World Order, right? Welcome to how Europe has taken over the entire world with slavery, because literally their vision isn't even their vision. That's why in the back of the dollar bill, it's an Egyptian pyramid. That's why I, as the actual spirit who built Egypt, can communicate to you about the pyramids and how they work. And your body's a pyramid. We'll get into that. All right. I've been blocked for a while, right? So I'm like going off on the things that just need to be spiritually gone off on. Bro, you're triggering epiphanies for me. And that's why I'm going off on these things. That is why. OMG, I found you again. Hey, we were blocked for a bit. But again, we're about to be fasting. And I also have so many. When this account got blocked, I made like 3 more accounts because I had to. I had to. Like I lost all of you, you know. So I was like, bro, the only way I can communicate with people who are connected to TikTok is to make more TikToks. Oh, but this is it. Like this is what it has to be. That's why I'm speaking English. So, yeah. I mean, we're in here. Like, thanks for way to find me. I'm going to be fasting. We're about to be fasting. I'll be posting more and I'll be communicating differently. All right. It's really important that we get our spirituality right. If we don't have our spirits right, this world is going to destroy us. And none of us want to be destroyed. And also, if you don't have your spirituality right, how are you going to live your dreams? Like the whole point of my website being called Chase Your Genes was because I made it years ago. Again, before my awakening. This is all subconscious. I just wanted to be a play on Chase Your Dreams. And I knew subconsciously before the spirituality stuff, I was like, well, I made my genes so I could make my dreams a reality. So let me name it Chase Your Genes. And now that I know who I am, I'm able to develop on that way harder. Like, yeah, of course you made your genes to make your dreams real. And in fact, we can call genes like genes, what you put on. So this body is my genes. This is literally clothes I'm putting on to step out of my space. And then this body is the first set of clothes I put on, and now I put more clothes on this body, right? Depending on where this body is materializing into. So first I make a body in an atmosphere. So that's my first cloth, really. Really my first cloth is my mind, because my mind has to communicate in a certain way into that atmosphere. And then my second cloth is my body. And then my third cloth is what I put on my body to express my mind. And then that's still on expression of my soul vibrating and everything. OMG, I grew up Christian, but now I'm spiritual. I believe in reincarnation, and we continue. Yeah, reincarnation. And I don't like that word. And the reason I don't like that word is because it implies that someone else created you, or like you're not choosing to be born of your own free will. So like when we're thinking about reincarnation, like when people think about the word reincarnation, it sounds like you died and then you reincarnated into another form. And it's like, it's the right word, but people have like this wrong emotional weight to it. That's why I'm talking about it like this. So it's important to know that you have to create your body to connect with other souls. So both of our souls, man, let me just get in here. I keep reading your comments, but then the comments get longer. So let me just get in here and then I'm about to read the rest of the comments. Because I got cut off of my live when I was about to get into the number thing last time. So what I'm about to do is correlate numbers and elements. And once you can see that every number has a certain element, you'll be able to see how different aspects of life are all numerical and elemental. And you'll be able to see how elements don't exist without numbers. Numbers don't exist without elements. So men don't exist without women. Men are the numbers. Women don't exist without men. Women are the elements. So men are numbers, women are elements, and we need both of these to create life. So Everyone is a man and woman internally. This is why we're all gender fluid, technically. And then it's up to you as a spirit what you identify with. So if you as a spirit identify more with your masculine energy, then yeah, you're going to look more like a man. But that doesn't mean that you always feel like a man, right? Like men have feelings. And then same thing for a woman. If you resonate more with your feminine energy, you'll create a body that looks like a female, but it doesn't mean you always feel like a woman. Like obviously you won't be able to get anything done if you didn't have masculine energy. So the point is knowing that you have both of these inside of you. Everyone is yin yang internally. And then that's an expression of our souls. So my soul and your soul are separated by space, right? Like my emotions and your emotions are separated by space. That's why the spirit is space. So I'm Chase talking about space. So I, as a space, created the body of Chase to make a face so that I can display. I'm not about to start rapping about how we create life, because everyone has to have a face to express their individuality, right? Like you can't not be an individual. Like everything I'm doing here, you can see that it's an expression of my individuality. Like this isn't an expression of someone else, right? Like you're not watching someone else express themselves through me. This is me. And now you have to listen to me say like what I am and my name and shit. So obviously we are all infinite individuals. That's the point of Always Saying Academy. You cannot run away from being infinite. And if you don't feel like you're an infinite individual, then that's because you don't like the way you feel when you're in your own space. And then that's where we get all these religions that want to come in and tell you, hey, you're not good enough alone. You're not good enough by yourself. Hey, you're not. That's basically like all Christianity was. You know, like me crying as a kid, reading a Bible, reading a book that's telling me that I'm of sin. But then I have to learn the history of how this book came into my country and be like, these mother effers. they are so disgustingly evil that they're going to tell me that I'm the one who's of sin because of all the garbage that they've done to even get to my land. When I'm not doing any of the evil stuff that they're telling me that they do and that I should feel bad about. That's why, again, everything is perception and projection, all right? So you can, once you know the information I'm sharing with you here, you can build your own religion that goes just as hard as Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, Taoism. I, as Mercury, was called away to make all these religions. So we're in a time right now where we're basically making a new religion. That's why I'm here. You know, like every single system of religion is literally just spirits communicating how they want to build a structure. But if you as spirits don't care about how nature was built from all of us before religion was a thing, then I don't really care about your religion. And then this is where we get like indigenous religions. Indigenous religions know that we create nature so we can connect with other spirits. So then that's where we allow like anything's possible. Like if you want to come to us and tell us your religion, we're not going to say your religion's wrong because ours is right. We're going to say that there must be a balance here because obviously we're both communicating ourselves into existence. So now we can like have an interaction of our religions and stuff. All right. Now I'm reading this. I believe both love and evil have their main sources and they both speak to our conscious. So literally love is your high vibration and evil is your low vibration, right? So love is anything you want in your space. And then evil is, well, no, see, that's supposed to be hate. Love is a high vibration. Hate is what you don't want in your space. So hate is like not here. Love is bring that here. Evil is like when you want to go out of your way to spread hate. So like evil is people who literally bring love and hate together. They're like, I love to hate. You know, like that's evil. So now like their love is spreading hatred. And then that's, you know, whatever. What up, Deuce? Gang, gang. Woke Drake. Hilarious. I've been getting Drake like since he blew up. Oh, facts. Yee, hugs. Yes, people are waking up. Ha ha ha. Yep. One day love will prevail over evil. There are more good people than there are evil ones. Nirvana Dream 77. I totally love the mental perspective you're in. It's kind of childish. And I'm saying it's childish because there's never going to be one day where something happens. You feel me? Like, just like think, like just real quick, like I got to level with you on this. There's never going to be one, like days aren't even real. You know, like days are literally us making up a construct of time based on how things move. So that in and of itself is a system that we built from us feeling like connecting with something outside of ourselves. So a day isn't even real. Like a day is literally just a numerical system that humans created because they're trying to figure out how to relate with each other. So now because we want to be on the same time system, we have our idea of what a day is. And then it has so many numbers. But you didn't create a day. I didn't create a day. So basically, we are the water that's bringing life to this fiery idea. The fiery idea of a day literally does not exist in nature. Fire doesn't exist in nature. So fire is not like ideas being fire. This fiery idea isn't real until us as the water connect on it. So connection is water, separation is fire. So when we have an idea of a day that's separate, that is not real until we connect with it over and over. Now, because we've connected with this fiery idea, we use our water to make it air. And now that air is us communicating the idea in a way that builds earth. This is real life alchemy. So this is literally how we make anything matter. Like anytime someone comes up with any idea, that's an expression of their imagination. And it's literally separate from everything until they can find a way to communicate it in a way that allows you to connect with it. So this is literally the alchemy. This is why you can't see my imagination. This is why I'm God and why I can't express myself as such, because that wasn't the point of being a human. So God is fire, human is air. So I, as a spirit, I'm God in my imagination, right? But you can't see that. My fire is separate from your fire. So you're God in your own imagination. So when you're imagining anything, that's you as God. Again, write your own religion, right? Write your own Bible. Cool. Like that's an expression of your imagination. Guess what? No one's going to believe in your Bible until you find a way to communicate it into physical reality in a way that allows people to connect with it. So it's always up to you as the individual to communicate yourself into existence. No one's going to be hopping up on here saying that they're Hermes, saying that they're Tahuti, saying that they're Quetzalcoatl or Odin or Zoroaster or Idris or any other messenger from Mercury, because they can't. They're not even close to being in vibrational resonance with where I have to be to know who I am. So that's why people, like most people, like if you don't feel like you have something worth saying, you won't say it. This is why anyone can come up with a religion and make anyone believe anything. Because if you feel like your idea is worth believing in, then other people who are in resonance with you will feel like your idea is worth believing in. So this is literally fire, water, air, earth. I'm about scientifically real quick. Fire is your frequency. Water is your vibration. Air is your energy. Earth is your matter. Okay, so everything, every matter, every earth is energy. Every earth is air that is vibrating at a certain frequency. So every piece of matter, every piece of earth is technically air that is being water at a certain fire. And all of that can only be observed truly by the individual creating it. So now let's take this to your body or my body, right? So this body, this matter, right? So this body matters to me. This body matters to you. You wouldn't be able to see what I'm saying if I didn't have this body. So this body is matter, right? But then science wants to be like, oh, but all matter is energy. Okay, cool. So all structures are communicating. That's all energy is, communication. So when this structure right here is energy, when I know that this earth is air, this is me communicating into something, then what's that based on? My vibration, right? Like I had to feel like expressing myself, and my cells have to vibrate at a certain consistent frequency to even connect with each other, or else I wouldn't exist. So this is why every body is a vibrational body. Really, science, I think, will say that, but maybe they're lost because they're really not smart. Every single object in the environment is being held together by the vibration, right? So when you look at a TV or a Wi-Fi router or a desk or a light or a lamp or your refrigerator, just anything, right? Every single object is literally particles. So each particle is something, right? But because these particles are being watered at a certain fire, they're vibrating at a certain frequency, they are communicating in a way to build this structure. And this structure is separate from this structure. Okay, so this is how, if your body was in the same room that my body was in, we would know that we're separate spirits because we are vibrating at different frequencies, which results in different bodies. So because we're not experiencing ourselves as the same body, we're not the same space. But because we feel, the only reason we can observe each other and connect and do anything is because we're connected to the same body, right? So all of us as humans, we have to breathe air to be conscious. And not just humans, animals. So this is where the air is literally our mind. Like, we have to know that we are using our minds to create the atmosphere that we are using our bodies to experience ourselves inside of. All right, we exist inside of an atmosphere, but us as the observers are outside of that atmosphere, right? Like, you're outside of your mind as a spirit, but if you want to experience yourself, then you put yourself into your mind, right? But then your mind doesn't make sense if it's not communicating through a body. So then this is why the mind, the atmosphere, has infinite bodies to communicate through. So think about this body, right? Like, the cells in my heart and the cells in my brain, the cells in my lungs are all different individuals. And as such, they're vibrating at different levels. So the cells that make my lung are vibrating at a different frequency than the cells that make my heart, which means that they are vibrating at a different imagination. So the imagination of the cells in my lungs, they're vibrating in a way that is like, okay, we want to breathe, right? That's the imagination here. We want to be the respiratory system. That's our fire. That's what we're going to frequently do. All the cells in my lungs are going to vibrate so that they can frequently let me breathe air through my lungs. Whereas the cells in my heart, they're going to vibrate so that they can frequently pump blood to all the organs and cells that allow me to exist. So every organ, every system in your body is literally proof that all these different spaces are vibrating at different frequencies to create one overall body. So that's your body, right? Then we can see that that's all of us as humans on this planet. We are all organs on one body that is supposed to be harmonious. We're not supposed to be causing climate change like this. We're only doing that because people are so detached from spirituality and detached from this ancient wisdom I'm sharing with you right now. So I started getting into all that. That's so funny. Ego Ascendo is completely right. We get whole videos for each question, or just statements. Like, what you can just make a statement and I will go off on it for like 10 minutes and say some stuff I wasn't thinking about or planning, because this is me talking to you. Hilarious. So I started going off on that to bring it back in. Days are made up, right? So everything I was saying about frequency, idea, right? Just like the idea of your heart is made up, the idea of a day is made up, but these are both made real by space. So just like a day is real because we've connected with it, your heart is real because spirits have connected with it, and they're making the idea real through a structure. So all the ideas that the White House is founded upon, right? They don't exist, but they're made real through the structure that is the White House. And now everyone is supposed to communicate ideas into reality through whatever government they built. That makes total sense. That's why if you don't create and only consume, you feel like you're missing something. Fasting helps. Big facts. Big facts. I thought my mind was being read by everyone. That's why if you don't create and only consume, you feel like you're missing something. Fasting helps. Oh, okay, yeah. Hello? Hello? All right. Please visit my spiritual page. Absolutely. God speaks to all of us. That's cool. The whole point. So basically what you're telling me right now, God speaks to all of us. But my point would be that you're talking to yourself, because you're never going to tell me that someone else is talking to me, because I know who I'm talking to. And like, the point is, like, you have nothing to do with me. So like, you have no idea what I'm on in other realms. You have no idea the spirits I hang out with. It's only when I come back into this realm that then I can interact with you, and then you tell me that I need to get connected to God, or God speaks to everyone. And then I had to remember that that's the perspective of this world. People don't know that everyone is a God in the astral realm. So it's like, there's not even room for that kind of thinking in the astral realm, as far as like, oh, God speaks to all of us. Like, the point is, you're God speaking yourself into existence. So there's no other God speaking to you. That's naturally what happens when you're talking. Like, you are God speaking to me. Like we're all individual gods speaking to each other. And then that's the point of the Merkaba. You can look up the Merkaba. That's what I created as Metatron, as Enoch. And then the Jewish culture stole it from me as Enoch, as Metatron, and they use it to represent something else. But the point of the Merkaba is that you are God in your own chair. So when you look up Jewish mysticism and you see what the Merkaba is, and you see that I as Metatron brought that into their culture, that was me communicating with them about how we create a mind that allows us to sit in a body so we can communicate with everyone. So every individual body is God sitting in their own mind. And now we're using our creations to speak life and talk and stuff. Of course, their religion is going to twist that into we get to rape, murder, and enslave everyone we want. But boo, you know, like obviously boo. I have no better words than boo when people want to take my wisdom and do that. Whenever I fast, I keep seeing geometry shapes at the sides of my eyes. Who is this? Rita B888. Rita B888. That's psychedelic. Welcome to psychedelic symmetry world. All right. That is not only normal, that is ideal. Because, all right, what's happening here is, one, your eyes are healing. So when I fast, my eyes heal, whatever, but it's like a psychedelic experience where I'm able to see way more details in the environment. So once I stop fasting, life goes back to being duller. But it's fun because when you're fasting and like the longer you fast, like life literally is more colorful. If anything, like that's why humans used to be happier too. Like the Industrial Revolution is painted as a dull time. I promise you it's because those Europeans are just eating meat and bread and garbage all day, every day. And they're not fasting and they're not in tune with nature and they're not like seeing the geometric fractals of the universe and seeing how everything is geometry. So Rita, you're saying that everything's geometry, but seeing it at the sides of your eyes, your peripheral vision, when you're focusing on something, the point of focusing on something is to not get lost in like all the details that make that thing possible. But when you're looking at your peripheral vision, there's like hella details. Like that's where you can start to see weird little details that are making the reality possible. But you're not focusing on those details, but they are there, right? So that's like peripheral, like when you can like see like details, right? I don't know if you ever experienced that. I have a good amount of time where you see something in your peripheral vision, right? But the moment you look directly at it, you can't see it anymore. That was like a specific instance where your eyes can see things through the periphery that it can't directly. And now like a whole practice is like learning how to like look at the world with different parts of your eyes. All right. Am I more than matter, motion, mind? Love, love, I say to all. It's weird how being woke is. Yeah. I'm native. Too much eating eventually eats the person. Fasting is so beautiful and refreshing. The Justin Bieber yummy video, he has a table full of weird food. Right. Thank you for supporting the trans community. When did you know you were trans? I don't know why Jack Rabbit Slim, I don't know where you got me being trans from. I guess maybe earlier when I said that everyone is gender fluid. So the point is I'm born as me. I'm not like I didn't get an operation from someone outside of me to be something I wasn't born as. So my point is that whatever you're born as, that's the energy that you're using to learn about yourself. You are anything you want to be. So yeah, like you're not your body. Like you're not, like that's why everyone's gender fluid. Like you can be a man one day and feel like a woman the next day, and then go back to feeling like a man and then feeling like a woman. Yeah, and honestly, that's my point, is symmetry. Like I'm here talking about how you are the balance. So you have to be both man and woman to get anything done. It's not about this scientific thing of, but did you get your body mutilated by someone who's making money to make you think that you need to change yourself? No, I'm happy how I am. I made my body how I wanted to. And if I haven't, that's because I'm growing, and then that's why we exercise and stuff. So yeah, if you want to change your body, that's your body, right? That's all you. I'm just letting you know that you have to be gender fluid. You have to be nothing before you can be everything. So, you know, like when you know you're nothing before you're everything, and then you're picking something inside of everything, right? So think of your soul, think of your spirit as nothing. You know your thing. Only you know your thing. So now your soul is an expression of everything you know. So my soul is an expression of everything that my spirit knows. And then from there, that only makes sense if I anchor it in a body like this. So I can't express everything I know here because it wouldn't make sense to the people in this live. Y'all aren't where I'm at. So it wouldn't make sense for me to talk about what I know. I'm finding the balance, the symmetry of relating what I know to what you know. And then I don't even know what you know. I just know we all live in this world together. So now I can talk about the world we're in, right? And we can Google and like get a consensus, right? And that's the point of all of us as spirits creating a world where we can connect like this on a consistent basis. Because basically no one wants to be alone. And that's the fact. When you know that you're alone in your imagination, everything else in life is literally what we're experiencing right now. Trying to figure out how you can share your imagination with others. So the only reason my body matters right now is because I'm using water, I'm using my soul to show you my ego. And that's only possible because I feel like communicating through a body. So I have to use my emotions to show you my imagination. Right? So that's literally me vibrating at a certain level to express my imagination, but then I had to do it through these things that you are also connected to in a way that makes sense. So now we can both connect and like we can all grow in this reality that we built or whatever. So yeah, I obviously support the trans community. I support all communities that have empathy. If you don't have empathy for another community, I'm learning how to not support you. The issue with Native Americans was that they were supporting people who didn't support them. And the only reason all of North, South, and Central America got taken over is because Native Americans didn't know how to have more love for themselves than they had for other people. So yeah, Black people can be too loving. And if anything, all this bad stuff that's going on is because Black people are still supporting a system that doesn't support them. Yet they're somehow complaining like, oh, how come our lives are so bad? We're only supporting people who hate us. How come we can't be loved by the people who actively steal everything from us? Because they don't love themselves. Like Black people, they don't love themselves. You can't make someone who doesn't love themselves love you. And that's relationship advice for everyone in here. All right. Like that's for everyone. All relationships. This is spiritual. You can never be loved by a spirit who does not love themselves. So how dare you come into my land with a religion that explicitly tells me that you're not happy alone. And then you're telling me the only way I'm happy is if I go to your heaven. You're not even happy alone in your heaven. And I literally came here from Mercury. And that's the thing too. No one down here, like none of these Christians, no one in my family cares about where I was before I was born. Because everyone's lost in their desire of running away from themselves. I'm like one of the only motherfuckers who's not running away from themselves here. So I know who I am. I'm connected to my soul. I know I came here from Mercury. I know that I can go hang out on Mercury whenever I want. It does, like when I go hang out on my simulation that I built from my space with my hermetic principles, then I come back here. It is so silly for people to tell me that I need to go to heaven. Like what? Okay, tell me about heaven. Now they're just going to project into me all of their ideas of where they would be happy, but they don't care about me. Like they don't care about where I'm coming from. They don't know where I've been. So now I just have to communicate my way out of that situation, right? Don't connect with people who are eating you. So that's someone who's going to eat my time. They're going to eat my soul by telling me what they want while ignoring just basic spirituality. As Hermes, what is this comment? As Hermes, remember my time in Egypt. You were Hermes? You remember my friend maybe. Just know that I'm the only Hermes here because this is spiritual. Again, spaces can only express themselves through light. So Hermes as a light, that whole idea is one expression of Mercury. Anyone else in the world, because I know there's so many people who are riding off of my dicks of my past lives. Anyone else in the world who's communicating about being Hermes or being Thoth, but they're literally not at all in the space of talking about building Mercury and any of this spiritual wisdom of Hermeticism, there's someone who's literally riding my dick. Like, and there's no shortage of people like this on the internet. You know, like there's no shortage of like scammers and whack people on the internet. That's what Tablet Talks is. Like when you go through and watch my series Tablet Talks, that's literally me having to decolonize and decode all of these whack ass light supremacist twisted translations of my emerald tablets. So when I wrote the Emerald Tablets, that was me just sharing basic Hermetic philosophy with indigenous peoples. Do you really think the Europeans who stole everything from Native Americans would release you my information on Amazon? And this is just why, like, people are so stupid when they don't care about history. Like, if you don't care about the history of the world that you're in, you're going to be lost in the intentions of that language. The point of English was to erase true indigenous spirituality. Hermeticism is indigenous. So when I, as a spirit, build Mercury to connect with infinite simulations throughout the universe, I don't care about being Hermes, but I have to express myself as Hermes if I'm going to be seen. So then that's where I, as Hermes, also create the caduceus. And then really you can see that I'm bigger than Hermes, but every messenger of Mercury is holding on to the caduceus. Because it's overall this idea. And I'm trying not to get lost in ideas, but I have to create ideas to connect with you. So my new idea is Chase Clarence Calloway. You look up Hermes, he's thrice great. Here's a synchronicity. My name is Triple C. So me being Hermes in a past life, being named thrice great, resulted in me being Chase Clarence Calloway here, communicating about being psychedelic CymaTree, or your psychedelic psychopomp symmetry, which is also psychedelic psychopomp symmetry, CCC. So CCC 333, we just have the whole trinity, we have the whole totality, we have all of communication. So when I'm here as Hermes, as Chase, talking about triple your C, become Trismegistus, like, I have to be myself. I have to be myself. Like, this world wants us to be everything that we're not. And my life makes so much more sense when I can die. You know, like when I can separate my mind from my body, I can't run away from myself when I'm hanging out with my real family. My real family isn't down here. My real family isn't my physical family. My real family is all my spiritual family, all of the people that I built with up to this point. And I love them so much. And the only reason I'm here is because they're helping me be here. And I'm serving, I'm being a Virgo. Like, when you look at Mercury online, that's so funny. I was really supposed to be talking about building our body. So this is all about building the body, because it's like, where did Mercury come from? My spirit. So my space built Mercury with everything I'm talking to about here. All right. I'm just doing my best to put it into English, which is why I have to kind of speak so much because you're not going to get it, right? If I just wrote a fucking chapter. So now I'm in my air mode. So there's the air mode of Mercury, that's Gemini. The earth mode of Mercury is Virgo. All right. So when I built Mercury, this is me building my space in the universe to serve the universe. So now any simulation that comes up in the universe, if they reach a level of consciousness where they're able to call me away from my space to relay the wisdom that I naturally use to build my own heaven, my own hermetic heaven, then yeah, that's me bringing heaven to earth. So when you go on Google and you see, like, in Egypt, they talk about bringing heaven to earth, that's me as Hermes building the pyramids in the first place, because all we're ever doing is bringing heaven to earth. All we're ever doing is bring our imagination into something that matters. And that's what we're doing all day, every day. So if you don't feel like you're in heaven, guess what you're bringing to earth? Hell, right? So there's heaven and then there's hell. You're either bringing heaven to earth or you're bringing hell to earth. And it's as simple as, if you feel like you're supported by your spirit, you're in heaven all the time. If you don't feel like you're supported by your spirit, then you're in hell all the time. So people who feel like they're in hell, they just don't feel like they're supported by their spirit. Right? Again, heaven is literally you alone in your imagination. My heaven is individual to my space. So the moment someone tries to tell me I need to go to their heaven, I know that they're projecting into me and they're trying to colonize something that I created. And they don't even care because they just want to consume me. Right? So again, I had to say that because there's so many fakesters up on here, but you're going to see that I, as Mercury, the spirit who built Mercury, no one can even like come close to trying to hold a candle to how big my imagination is. Because here's the true mark of a demon. Anyone on the internet who wants to actually hold on to being Hermes and Tahuti and Quetzalcoatl is a demon. Because the point is, they don't have their own individuality. I, having my own individuality, I'm CymaTree. I'm creating whole new things with this language because I'm an actual alchemist who's actually here to grow. I'm not here to hold on to my past and be like, guys, I'm Hermes, look. And then I build my whole identity on the past. That already happened. Like anyone who wants to be identified with my past lives that hard while bringing nothing new into the world is an ultimate demon. The whole point is that I have to bring new things into the world so that you can perceive how we create life, basically. Because all these ideas are old. All these old ideas are colonized. Like everyone's ideas of my past lives are messed up. So it's this weird balance of like, you can't even fully relate with me if I am not expressing myself through something new. Like I can't even express myself through Tahuti or Quetzalcoatl or Hermes anymore because there's too much subconscious weight on all those creations. So now everyone can be like, oh, you're in your ego. You're trying to be something you're not. And it's like, man, physical reality sucks. Like the moment I as a spirit express myself through a body, now other spirits can tell me that I'm not myself and that I'm just whatever they want my body to be. And then that's where in this life I'm told I'm black and I'm told that I'm created by someone else's imagination that resulted in the colonization of my ancestors. Silly. All right. So, yeah, as far as anyone saying that they're Hermes, no, that's the point of CymaTree being here. Okay, so you can go on my YouTube. You can see all my content. You can see how only Hermes will be able to talk about the Caduceus like I do. Only Hermes will be able to talk about Hermeticism like I do. And only Hermes will be able to not give any fucks about these things like I do because it's just natural. So whatever. Water fasting changes everything. Can't wait to fast again. Mofo, for sure. We're starting again on Monday. Not this Monday, right? Not tomorrow. Today's Sunday. Next Monday. All right, we're gonna go hard. Join the good cult. I don't know what that is. That's hilarious though, because everything's a culture. Like literally, when people are like, "Oh, you joined a cult, bro," the fact that you're speaking in English, the fact that you're speaking a language that you're part of a cult. All of us speaking one language means we are part of the cult that is English, which means we're creating the culture of English. That's why cult and culture is the same thing, you know? So we have the same mission. That's not true. Heroes wear boots. But if I'm going to make it work, that is true because I'm CymaTree. So the whole point of me being CymaTree is like I can literally bring Mercury to Earth. So I can be like, hey, here's how this works. Here's how this doesn't. So how does that work? We have the same mission. That works because we're all here to express our individuality together. We're all here to connect with spaces outside of ourselves. And we're all here to learn how to empathize with spaces outside of ourselves. So right now, everyone watching me, you're learning how to empathize with what I'm going through based on how I can empathize with myself because I have to express my own feelings with my own ideas first before you can react to them. So this is like, again, you can't run away from being an individual. That's us having the same mission, but you obviously are not here from Mercury. You know, like you're not going to go back to Atlantis when you die. You're not going to go hang out with Anubis when you die. Like you're not about to die. I'm about to go die later today. I'm about to go die later today and go hang out in other simulations and then come back here. You're not going to do that. So we don't have the same mission. We're not doing the same actions. We don't feel the same way, but we are here in one vibration. So that's where we're connected by the vibration, right? So we're connected by us feeling, but we're separated by our imaginations. And that's my real mission. I mean, my mission is me showing you my imagination because all this reality is built on things stolen from what my imagination already built with other spirits. So this is like me getting called away into this simulation to help the awakening, right? We're live going through the awakening, like all this stuff on TikTok and everything, right? People like to think of TikTok, it's a dancing app. We are the spiritual community that's actually going through the awakening, right? So gang, this is what the awakening looks like you taking responsibility for being God. Point, simple, blank, like that simple. Spider-Man is stolen from Hermes. So Spider-Man is literally like them making money off of the Hermes energy, and the statement with great power comes great responsibility is something that I as Hermes told Europeans when I was pulling them out of the Dark Ages. So when we look at European history, we see that Europeans love Hermes because I got them out of the medieval ages. You know, the medieval ages when they were killing each other and like using metal to torture each other, and they loved gratuitously torturing each other. Yeah, I taught them how to stop that. I got them into the Romantic age. So now, do you remember like the medieval age and then it turns into the Romantic age, and now Europeans are like, wait, nature's beautiful? Wow, thanks psychedelic CymaTree, because just know I've always been CymaTree. So I'm just expressing in English in a way that's new for you. So now I am the author of CymaTree, but no, like I can't not think the way I think. So I'm thinking the same exact way back then. I'm being psychedelic CymaTree, like, hey guys, life is psychedelic. You know, if you connect with yourself, nature's beautiful. And then that's where Europeans started getting romantic. We got the romantic era. We got them literally talking about Hermeticism. When we Google anything about Europe, they are so obsessed with Hermes. And I didn't know that growing up, but like now it's all that I can see because this is my journey, right? No one else can see what I can see because you don't have my perspective. So this is my journey of me coming into this simulation, communicating in the way that I'm supposed to communicate. And now you can learn about yourself. So because you are tuning into the live of Tahuti Hermes Trismegistus, you are the synchronicity. And I can tell you that you are the synchronicity in your life, and everyone in here will get that. Everyone in here will get that because you're tuning into a real life synchronicity. It doesn't make sense for you to be connecting with me as a God and not know that you are God. So the whole point of God is that you're responsible for your own circumstances. All right. With great power comes great responsibility. So when you know that as an observer of your space, right, your space doesn't exist until you use your power to express yourself. The moment you use your power to express yourself, you now have the responsibility to maintain that expression. So that's what I'm going through right now. Because I, as a spirit, have the power to express myself through Mercury, right? It's my responsibility to maintain that expression. So the power is the fire, the responsibility is the water. And then this all plays out as air. So my power is my imagination. My responsibility is how I feel about my imagination. And then the way that becomes real is me communicating how I feel about my imagination, right? Now, if I feel like I'm responsible for my power, cool. I'm going to make up all of my own titles. I'm going to create the caduceus. I'm going to create Hermeticism. I'm going to create Mercury. I'm going to create all of my bodies that are connected to these, and I'm going to express my individuality. Simple. Now I'm going to be the messenger of the gods. Simple. Now, if I don't believe in my imagination, right, I'm going to get connected to someone else's imagination, and I'm going to believe in someone else's imagination. And then that's where I'm only going to be able to connect with people who believe in someone else's imagination. So this is like all religion. Like when you're in a religion and that religion is like, hey, we're the only real imagination, that can only be true if you don't believe in your own. Because every religion says that they're basically the only real imagination. So when you know that you're an individual, you should have the wisdom to look at every religion and see that they're all individual spirits expressing themselves. And then we're just trying to figure out how that's possible. And that's the point of Hermeticism. And that's why all these religions call me a way to build shit. So, love your ancestors. Penis. I have that same tapestry, gang, gang, gang. It's a nice tapestry. It's a nice tapestry. We have the same mission. I just explained how we don't. Facts. What is a god? And I just explained what a god is. So that's nice. Yes. To not look is seeing the details. I like the way you said that. Make the 2 into 1 and you will not see death. I was typing that and you said it. Make the 2 into 1 and you will not see death. So, 2 is water and 1 is fire. So basically like what you're saying here, you will not see death. Your 2 being your water and your 1 being your fire. Your 2 kills your fire, right? So we know that water kills fire. So when you know that your ego is your fire and your water is your soul, we can see that you kill your own ego with your soul. So the only reason my ego has been killed enough for me to be here as a human is because I'm using my soul to feel like connecting with a structure and with people outside of myself. And now because my soul is connecting with a structure outside of itself, I can actually channel my ego into that vibration. So my ego is my frequency, right? My soul is my vibration, but then you can only see my frequency once I channel it into a vibration and create energy. And then when I consistently create energy, that results into matter. And that's this body. That was me just now explaining how we build our bodies. I've kind of been doing it over and over throughout this whole live stream. So how do you know where I'm at? Only you know where you're at. That's the point of you creating a body. And then even once you make a body to express where you're at, that's obviously not where you're at. Like I'm not here in this world, but I made a body in this world so I can communicate into it. So as a spirit, I'm in my own space. So basically everyone is in their own space, and your soul is the result of your space connecting with itself. So my soul is created from my space connecting with itself. You can't connect with my space like I can. You have no idea what I've done in past lives. You have no idea what I've been through. So just fundamentally right there, we can see that my soul is individual to my space. And it takes my soul choosing to create a body to connect with your soul. So now if your soul chose to create a same body in the same environment that I did, we can talk for as long as our bodies exist in that period. There isn't language for it. How to manifest. 111 where I am. Nice. Same 111. Nice. 10, 12. 12, 12 over here. Gang, gang, gang. High vibes. The time numbers are arbitrary. We exist in the same instant. Your body doesn't exist without numbers. So I don't really know how you would exist without numbers. That's not possible, actually. And that's everything that I'm honest to Hootie. Your emotions can only exist through a number. Your soul can only exist through a body. So otherwise, your soul is individual to yourself. That's why, like, my soul won't exist if I don't express it through a form. My soul is real to me, right? All of your feelings, everything that you feel is real to you, but your feelings won't exist if you don't articize it in some way, right? So once you artistically express your soul through your body, now your feelings matter. Literally your heart beating. You see, science is so lost. Like the fact that the world isn't on this level, obviously, that's why I'm here as Mercury and we're changing the world. Yep, feels good here. Truth. OMG, and you have a higher sense of humor. You got to. You got to have a high sense of humor when you see so much messed up stuff from Mercury. Like me and all of my psychedelic indigenous psychopaths, when we're chilling on Mercury recording how the universe is unfolding forever, like the universe will never stop being created by spirits wanting to connect. And that's just, it's as simple as that. The universe will never stop being created by spirits who want to connect with other spirits. No, I've been here for eons. I've been in the universe for eons. Like there's no, like, it's never going to end. Like the point is we're always expanding. All right. That's why it's important to expand sustainably, and you expand sustainably by connecting with yourself, not consuming other people. So you got to have a higher sense of humor when you're seeing like all of the evil things that spirits will do to connect with another spirit. It baffles us on Mercury. It makes me want to cry. And that's what Mercury is, by the way. Mercury. Like tears are literally us carrying life. So Mercury is made from my tears. Because literally, like, Mercury is just created from the water that comes out of my eye, my spiritual observer eye. I'm crying. I'm sobbing. All right. And then this coalesces into a water cycle. Okay. So this is why in Egypt, okay, again, that's my shit. When you look at the god of Ra, and it literally says that the god Ra created man from his tears, that's me as Mercury creating my simulation out of water and expressing how all spirits create bodies out of water, because water is created from us not wanting to be alone in our imagination. So anytime you're crying, you're literally making water because you don't want to be alone in your ideas. That anytime someone's crying, it's because they feel alone in their ideas. All right. Even if you're with people, right? You're crying because you feel alone, right? Even if like someone died, you're crying because they left you in reality alone, right? So like when my dog died, I'm crying. I'll cry right now thinking about him being gone because he left me in reality alone. Now I can separate my mind from my body and go hang out with him. Cool. It's not the same as him having a body here. So that's why like the time that we have in this reality is precious, and it's important that we love ourselves, you know, all that good stuff. Much appreciated. We have to work from a chosen level so they can even see us. Big facts, quantum alchemy. Indeed. So just know that you choose yourself. Again, chosen is not being chosen by anything outside of yourself. You literally have to choose whether you believe in yourself or not. No one can express myself like I can. I mean, the medical system tries to act like they can express my caduceus like I can, but here I am with a podcast that's like 46 hours. Listen to that podcast, by the way. If you like these live streams, you would love my podcast. My podcast is just like a better version of my live stream because I can actually smoke. Yeah, I can actually like be high. I can't do that here, right? If I want to, I would have to go do it off screen, which that might happen in some minutes. If you want me to, keep being here talking spiritual shit, I know we're all just in here. The point is we're doing the awakening, right? So like everyone in this live, they're just reacting to me and connecting with me in the way that I'm projecting. So here we are literally playing out elements, guys. So all of you are water and I'm the fire. So all of you as water are connecting with each other based on how I as an individual am expressing my imagination. And all of that is us creating an atmosphere that allows life to be created. So we're all literally creating new life right now by you playing out water. You are absorbing my projection. By me playing out fire, I'm projecting out light. And you're taking that light and making it make sense. But the only reason you can take my fire and make it make sense really is because I already make sense in my imagination. That's Mercury. So I'm just expressing myself for you to absorb. Then it's just, again, elements. All right. This is how I view life. This is hermetic alchemy. All right. Avatar is hermetic. Fucking what? Full Metal Alchemist. Hermetic, right? And they make a circle with their hands to channel their chi through their body so they can alchemize reality into their imagination. Hermetic. So I'm old. But I'm also young. That's why Hermes is literally, when you look him up, he's depicted as an old man and also like a young boy. You feel me? That's me as CymaTree. I'm really fucking wise and I'm really fucking young. I feel really young. Like there's spirits out there that are older than me. Anubis is older than me. My dog is older than me. You feel me? So like even he is like a mentor. But the whole point is that we are all different ages. Like your spiritual age is dictated by the time you became aware of your own space. That simple. The moment you became aware of your own space, you came into existence, basically. Because before you were nothing. It's that simple. You were nothing. Once you became aware that you were nothing, you wanted to be something, that's your imagination. I'm about to get into that elemental shit right now. Let me not read these right now. You guys keep commenting. I'm about to read that. Let me explain through numbers and elements like I was about to before I actually got blocked from the live like over a week ago, because I still haven't gotten into that, right? But I have organically. But now I'm going to get into it systemically. Numbers and elements. So when you Google Hermes and Thoth, you see that they're expressions of the same spirit. You see that I'm the god of numbers, alchemy, communication, basically, and everything's communication. Everything that you've been listening to me talk about here is me explaining how all structures are built through communication, which means that you have to know that you are communicating to make your structure real. So the only way that your body would exist is not if someone else made it, but if you made it. The only reason I'm moving my body is because I made it, so it's serving me, right? If someone else made my body, then it would be made to serve them. But that's the point of us being told to believe that idea. The moment someone can tell me that someone else made my body, I'm in the subconscious circumstance where I'm supposed to serve them now. And then that's where we get religion. And that's where we get slavery. And then that's where we get all this climate change on earth and people not having their own minds, because they don't know that they're literally creating the body that allows them to communicate with other spirits. So when you as a spirit, all right, I'm about to take you back to before you were born. And then this will hopefully make sense for people, right? To understand that this is how they're observed, like this is how you're experiencing yourself right now. So once you like meditate to a certain point, you'll be in this normal awareness. And then you can hop into Always Ascending Academy, hop into our online courses, and you'll be more than primed to actually handle how we go way more in depth with all this stuff. But the point is right now, you knowing that you are the observer. And as an observer, only you can observe your circumstances. So your circumstances are individual to your spirit. So no one else can see your circumstances. No one else can feel what you feel. No one else can do anything that you do, because it's you as a spirit inside of yourself. The moment you as a spirit became aware of your circumstances, that is you having the number one. So the number one is your imagination. All right. The number one is your fire. So that's your idea of life. This is why everyone's idea of life is literally based on God. And that's why everyone's talking about God. And it's better to know that God is your imagination. So now you can express yourself better and be happy. Right. The whole point is knowing that you as a spirit are observing your circumstances and your circumstances are nothing. It's infinite space. And the moment you imagine something, that's you expressing fire into your circumstance. So that's our first element, is fire. Okay, so this is why fire is like, basically in the Bible and all religions, they talk about fire, but we don't see fire in nature, because fire is literally God in this case. All right, so all of us, anytime we are in our fire element, that's us being God. So your ego is your God, right? This is why everyone's ego is attached to whatever their idea of God is. And then when I say that I am who I am, you can either listen to me further, or you can tell me I'm in my ego, because you're telling me that I'm not God, because your ego says that God is someone who's bigger than everyone, bigger than anything we can see. And he's in control of everything that you can see and that you can't see. So then that's where my ego is being consumed by your ego, because you're telling me that I'm not even an individual expression of myself. You're the one telling me that I'm an individual expression of your imagination. So that's how religions work to cause climate change and spread fire throughout the world. And we can see that religions dictate life, right? So this is the energy, zeros and ones, binary stuff. So you as the observer create an imagination to observe. That's your one. The moment you feel like connecting with your imagination, that's your two. That's you creating a soul. So literally, this is me. What you're watching me do right now, it doesn't matter how you feel or what you think about what I'm doing. I'm connecting with my imagination. And what you're seeing is literally live action, me growing as a tree. Like, this is how plants grow. Like, it doesn't matter what religion you have, right? When you're watching a tree, that tree's growing. You can project all the ideas you want onto that tree. It doesn't matter. That tree's growing. And that tree's growing not using a religion. It's using hermetic properties. All right. It's using elements being channeled through numbers to build a structure that makes sense. And now if you have your own religion, aka your own idea, your own imagination of how you want to consume circumstances outside of yourself, then yeah, that's where you're going to start eating other people's structures and saying that they're not individuals. So now you're going to look at a tree growing and say that that tree is not being created by individual spirits who want to connect. You're going to say that that whole tree is an expression of one individual. And because you're more connected to that individual, now you have the right to cut the tree down. You never had the right to cut the tree down. As an indigenous man, I'll tell you right now, you do not have the right to cut that tree down. That tree is being created by spirits in a land that is also being created by spirits. So it's all up to you as a spirit if you want to be so evil that you enjoy spreading hate. And that's where we get wars and all this stuff, right? So you as the observer have your own imagination, and once you connect with your imagination, that's your soul. So this is why everyone's soul is separate from my soul. Your soul is individual to your space. So everyone has to have a soul to beat their heart. I wish the world was this basic. I wish science had people knowing that, because obviously, like, when we Google why does a heart start, science acts like they don't know. They know, they just don't want to tell you. I told them. I, as Hermes, told Europe why their hearts are beating. I told them that their hearts are beating because their souls, their spiritual vibrations feel like connecting with spirits outside of themselves. That's the only reason this heart, without you thinking about it, is constantly. It's a vibration. It's a constant rhythmic vibration based on your water cycle. See, like this, man, this is the science. Like, this is hermetic science that all other science in the world can only build upon and then ignore. That's why when they listen to me teach them about the elements, they're like, okay, thanks, Hermes. Let's turn it into the periodic table of elements. And then they have like 100 or something made up elements that have like all these different atomic numbers and just a bunch of numbers. And they're just using numbers to block the flow of life. All right. Because elements are so easy. Okay. Number 1 is your fire element. Number 2 is your water element. Number 3 is your air element. Number 4 is your earth element. Guess what happens when you come together? You die. That's blood. So your blood is literally a combination of fire, water, air, and earth transforming. And all of this 5 transformation creates 6. So now you can have sex with other individuals who have the same kind of blood, who are transforming through the same structure that you are, because you're all in emotional resonance. See, like, I can't see life any differently, because this is who I am, and this is how I've built everything that I built through eons. And this world is just so lost in using spirituality to make us dumber. Like, that's all this world does. Like, it steals spirituality from real spirits so that it can teach everyone else how to be stupider. When my whole point of coming into the world is to show you how intelligent you are. And especially, you're not about to be rolling with Hermes and be stupid. And it's stupid to not know that you're creating yourself. Like, the moment you don't think you're creating yourself, now you have to talk to me about how someone else is creating you. And that's just like a whole conversation that is me watching you not want to take responsibility for creating yourself. And I know that, you know? So it's like, all right, let me get it. So your soul is you connecting with your imagination. This is why no one can see your imagination and no one can see how you feel about your imagination. So no one can see my imagination. No one can see how I feel about it because that's all individual to my space. So this is why fire and water are internal elements. Okay. So the first external element is our mind. So the moment you as a spirit want to externalize yourself, aka the moment you want to step out of your space and interact with other spaces, you combine how you feel about your imagination. So you combine your ego and your soul. You combine 1 and 2 to create 3, to create chi. So your man is your 1, your woman is your 2. You marry them, you have a child of yourself. All right. So this is how you're gender fluid, because you are nothing, having ultimate masculine energy, ultimate feminine energy, and making a mind from that. And now based on how you resonate with the energy you're making your mind from, that's how your mind is going to experience itself through a body. I wish they taught me this in school. It's taken me so much of separating my mind from my body to decolonize my mind. That's why we have our course, Decolonize Your Mind. Because everyone's minds are colonized, and that's why people are scared of dying, because they don't know that our death is what makes life matter. So when you know that you as a spirit can't die and that your life is your imagination, and then you kill your life by connecting with it, then that's where you know that death is simply water. Death is simply connection, and life is simply fire. So everything that you consider your life to be is an extension of your imagination. As simple as that. Like, that's why, like, you can interact with me and we can have a great conversation, but you're going to take away whatever resonates with your imagination, and you're going to ignore whatever I said that doesn't resonate with your imagination. Because basically everyone's talking to themselves. Like, what you're watching me do right now live is talk to myself, but I'm really good at doing it. So now it feels like you're talking to me. Right. And then this is where technologically I can go into the comments, see what you say. Right. But obviously it's not live, because the whole point is you're playing out water. You're listening. All right. So I, as my individual spirit, I have my own fire, my own idea of what I want to be up here expressing. All of you as water are connecting on what I'm expressing. And now we're all making it real by creating this atmosphere. Sorry. So I'm the 1, you're the 2. We're coming together to create chi. And then that's where we can have whole new thoughts, right? Like, your mind is going to be working entirely differently after this live than it was before, on a subconscious level, because you literally waited and listened to me and were connecting with me up to this point. So now you're going to be digesting literally everything that I said, processing what I said, and you're going to be able to take out of it what you need to take out of it. Because I'm not in control of what you perceive. I'm not in control of how my words hit this app even. I can literally get this live taken down right now for no reason, just like last time. Or just like what happened when I was on Clone Spirits Live, where I got blocked because I was literally talking about historically how English was created and at America, right? So again, I don't like being here. I want you to know that I'm not alive because I want to be. I'm literally here because I was called here and I have a mission to do. And that's why I care about this. I'm not here for ego stuff. My ego, I have a mission to do. And that's why I care about this. I'm not here for ego stuff. My ego is way happier not in this body. I promise you that. I promise you that. My ego is way more free not in this body. I promise you that. So I'm using this body so I can connect with other spirits who are in the same simulation that I am, right? So we're all in a simulation. We all have bodies inside the simulation. So now we can all connect with each other inside of here, but we know that we're not this simulation. At least we should know it, right? Let me read this. I'm about to keep going, because that was me explaining literally how you as a spirit have your own imagination and your own soul, All right. So your soul is simply your feeling about your imagination. And just like no one can see your imagination, no one can feel about your imagination. Like you can't have feelings about you don't care about Mercury. You know, like you don't care about Tahuti. You don't care about Quetzalcoatl. You don't care about Hermes. You don't care about Odin. You don't care about Idris or Zoroaster or any of my past lives. I care about them because they're expressions of my soul. And everyone who acts like they care about my past lives is someone who got connected to them in a way that made them feel good. I know that no one cares about me. And this is just like, now I'm getting spiritually cold, okay? But welcome to spiritual cold world. Mercury's cold. Welcome to spiritual cold world. I know nobody cares about me beyond what I can give them. Right? Like none of you here care about me beyond the value that I'm speaking with my words. But now you can learn how to possibly care about me because I'm actually showing you what I care about. So now it is, again, this balance of like, you don't know what I care about until I express what I care about. And then you don't know if you care about the same things I care about until, again, I'm expressing it and you hold on to it in your soul, in your memories, in your water cycle, and you churn through it and you connect with it over and over. You're like, is this really true? Does he really mean this? I don't know. Because then your soul has all these other thoughts from your past, right? So like, especially if what I'm saying is like going against your conditioning, then that's a lot of soul work that you're doing right now, listening to me. Like just objectively, like straight up, you're doing a lot of soul work listening to me. And that's why I care a lot about you. Because if you're literally here listening to me, then I know that you care about putting in the work. You care about connecting with yourself. That's all we're talking about here. You loving yourself. Like I want you to love yourself. And we're getting into all the details of what it means to truly love yourself. It's impossible to love yourself and believe that you were created by someone that you've never met. It's not, you can't love yourself and believe that you're created by someone else who controls you. That's not love. That's not love. So death is your soul. So anytime someone's scared of death, right? If I'm scared of dying, right? Like if this body's scared of dying, it's because my soul knows that it created this body to connect with other souls. So the only reason I'd be scared of dying is because I don't want to connect with myself. I want to connect with someone else. So just know, guys, anyone that you see who is scared of death, they don't even have the words to say it like I am, but I promise you, they're scared of connecting with themselves. Anyone who's scared of death is scared of being alone in their own space. So it looks like in physical reality, chaos. Because if you're scared of yourself, what are you not scared of? See how people who are scared of death spread war, violence, and genocide everywhere? And why indigenous peoples weren't doing that? Literally, as indigenous peoples, the way that we would go to war is out partying one another. Like we did the opposite of what Europeans do, right? Like they have world wars. They like to get a bunch of money off of killing and murdering everybody. Us as indigenous peoples, we like to wage war by out partying the other tribe. So literally, let's say I'm a Catawba man, right? And then there's a Navajo tribe over here and I'm at war with them. And I want to show them I have the bigger imagination. I'm going to do it in a harmonious way. I'm going to do it not by killing them, taking their women and stealing everything from them. I'm going to invite them into my space. I'm going to invite my enemies into my space. And I'm going to show them the best time ever. I'm going to show them the best women. I'm going to show them the best food. I'm going to show them the best plants to smoke. All right. I'm going to show them the best everything. And then I'm going to be like, I'm better than you. Leave. And they have 1 week to get a bigger party than I threw them going. And if they can't throw a bigger party than I threw them, then I get to rule over them because they just agreed that my imagination is better than this is how indigenous peoples would wage war. Okay. Way more harmonious, way more like a game. All right. Not about that. We need to kill you and take your bodies. No, like we're expressing our imaginations here. You feel like your imagination is better than mine? Let's see it work in physical reality, right? Because you can imagine anything you want, but let's see it work in physical reality, though. That's what every indigenous tribe is, an imagination working through physical reality. So that's why us as indigenous peoples know that everyone is an expression of their imagination, but that's where they call me away as Hermes, as Mercury, to communicate and give them the emerald tablets and talk about elements, because they want to know how do they create life. Right? And then that's where I'm here with the space, fire, water, air, earth, plasma. Plasma is your blood. It's a combination of all the elements coming together. And now you can manipulate this, right? So the only reason you can move your body is because all of your elements are coming together into blood. And now that blood is being beaten by the vibrations of your soul into all the materials, into all the particles that have agreed to let you manipulate them. I'm a scientist, by the way. You know, like, I know, like, this world has everyone lost in a bunch of lies, and all these scientists are causing climate change because they can't figure out how nature works. They can all actually die because they are actively creating problems that they're profiting off of by saying that we're all ignorant, and we're not ignorant. I just shared with you, and you can completely grasp how you create nature. So you could die right now, go build your own simulation, and we could hang out. Psychedelic symmetry. I'll separate my mind. Like, go ahead, go die, send me a vibration, tell me where your simulation in the universe is, and I will come visit you. I will fly with my caduceus, be like, yo, this looks dope, bro. You got some nice trees going, you got some nice bushes going. I like this religion. You're educating spirits well, bro. You're educating, you know, like, I've been so many places. Look at how he takes care of his hair. Who would even listen to him? I love it. Absolutely. We got tree hair here. All right. Thank you, Randall. Looks cared for to me. Everyone's end result is not the same expectation. They hate us when we remember who we are. The story's about us now. It takes ego to call out ego. They give you an identity so you forget your own. So, all right, quantum alchemy is, that's actually too much fire. So I'm gonna need you to be a little more water. All right, that was like too fire. You like just spit a bunch of bars out of nowhere. Like I wasn't all these bars. So many bars. Yeah, big facts, bro. All that fire. Write a song. Yeah, that's hilarious. Let me reply to this hair comment real quick, because this is a epidemic or a systemic of the society we're in. Obviously, we are ruled by a military where it's normal to be bald. So why do people hate it when black people have a lot of hair? Let's get into that. People hate it when black people have a lot of hair because it shows abundance. Literally all this hair right here, this is all my blood cells coming to the surface. So the reason people want to have a lot of hair is it shows you have a lot of internal activity. It shows that you have a lot of growth going on. Whereas people, cancer, right? Great example. People who have cancer go bald because their growth is hindered. The cancer is literally blocking their blood cells' ability to actually flourish. So their hair can actually grow. That's what happens. Again, scientists, right? But I'm sure this comment doesn't even know what hair is or how it works or what it means. All right, what we talking about? We talking about you. How do you manifest? I'm literally talking about how you manifested your body right now. So you manifest by doing everything I'm talking. You manifest the same exact way you communicate. Like, how do I manifest? What I'm doing right now. Talking to you, using the environment, using my tools at my disposal to express how I feel about my imagination. So now I'm able to, because I'm expressing my imagination, connect my imagination to others in a way that makes sense. So now everyone here is connecting with my imagination. We're building a relationship on that. And then boom, we're growing. So that's manifestation. Like, it took you guys manifesting your own bodies. It took me manifesting a body. It took us manifesting an environment and a circumstance where we can learn about things outside of ourselves so we can use these things to communicate about ourselves, right? So because we all learned about things outside of ourselves, we can relate it to us, right? I didn't make these words, but I can use these words to express myself because I've connected with them. And that expression makes sense to you because you've hypothetically connected with these words the same way that I have, right? So we can't avoid, this is like all realities. Like, this is how spirits use light to connect with other spirits and express their minds in any way. I'm definitely in the language of numbers. We're about to get into that, Lady Magic. Because again, I still haven't done that. My cat familiar's name is Mercury. I feel that. Hey, absolutely. I mean, obviously, like, I'm an old spirit. So everything that I've done before that's been translated through English, that's dead. That's why I had to be here as Chase Clarence Calloway, your psychedelic psychopomp CymaTree, to actually express who I am in a way that's not tied down by all my past lives and stuff. Crying comes with feelings of helplessness. And you know what? Big facts. Because the thing is, when you are alone inside of your imagination, you feel helpless. Like, how is anyone going to help you when you're alone in your imagination? Right? You can't. There's no help. There's no help. When you're alone with yourself, when you're trying to figure out how to build a simulation on your own and you can't figure it out, guess who's going to help you? No one. And guess who no one is? You. Like, no one. Oh, well, who's the one I know? Myself? Fuck. Like, it's always going to be you having to take responsibility for yourself when you're actually a God and you're actually building yourself. So crying comes from feelings of helplessness, absolutely. Because when you are alone in your imagination, you literally feel like no one can help you. That's the point of fire. Fire is so hot. The only spirit who can touch it is the spirit creating it. Right? That's the whole point of fire. So that's why, because I'm the spirit that's actually creating the imagination that makes Mercury matter, I'm the only one who can touch it with my soul. So I'm the only one who can communicate it with my mind through this body that I've created. Are you still water fasting? We're about to start water fasting on Monday. All right. Not this Monday, but next Monday. I was so mad about that live that got cut off. Hey, you think you were mad? I fucked up my pinky. Because I would show you the hole in the wall right now, but I don't feel like it. It was so funny. I literally didn't even think I could punch a hole in this wall. But I did. And that was like a whole educational lesson of like my soul. Like literally, so every time I post on this app, right? That's me as a spirit using how I connect with myself to build something that represents that. So when you look at my social media, you'll see that all these particles, right? All these light particles are like, they're expressing my soul. But that doesn't mean I am my soul. I, as the observer, am creating my soul to connect with myself. So I, as a spirit, am creating my own universe to connect with myself. That's me as Metatron. And then that's why Facebook, Meta, named themselves the Metaverse. Because they just stole that stuff from Metatron, stole that from Enoch, stole that from the Bible, right? I mean, most people who know about the Bible, they don't learn about me as Enoch actually fasting long enough to ascend into heaven. That's why I'm on a CymaTree here in this life, by the way. I'm only going to do what I've been doing from past lives. So just know that's how I'm going to die. I'm going to fast so long that my body particles will materialize into higher dimensions, and I'm going to take this information with me because I didn't create this information just to leave it here. All right. This realm, this is how people used to die indigenous wise, by the way. This is why like there really shouldn't be this many corpses in the world. But whatever, people have been trained here now to think that because they built the body in this world, that they need to leave the body in this world. Go read the Bible. Go see what I do as Enoch. You will see that I as Enoch am the only motherfucker in that entire book who actually fasts long enough to ascend into heaven without having to die. And then that's where I become the right-hand man of God. I turn into the angel of Metatron. And then that's where I'm just being Hermes and Thoth, but in this culture. You feel me? Like, so it's a culture thing. This is why, like, it's a language thing. It's a culture thing. But I'm always the messenger of Mercury. I'm always the messenger of God. And the whole reason I'm down here is because people have forgotten that they are messengers of themselves. The whole point of Mercury is to show you, like, I'm the messenger of myself. So this is how I connect with the universe. So if you're seeing me, I'm letting you know how you connect with the universe. You can do the same thing. You can build the same simulation of Mercury that I have. It's just that because you're going to do it way after I did, it's not going to be known in the universe and it doesn't matter. And you should just do your own thing. And that's why I'm here about your imagination. All right. So you can build your own religion, believe in your own imagination. It just obviously no one in this world talks like this. Right. So it takes me going through all this internal work to create the internal circumstances where I can talk like this. So now I can create the simulation for people who naturally connect with what I'm talking about to be here. And now I have the CymaTree, always a saying academy, chase your genes, right? So 1 and 2, fire and water, internal elements. No one can see your imagination. No one can see your soul. The only reason that you even have an idea about my imagination and that you can even possibly perceive how I feel is because of the external elements, which are 3 and 4. So because I've combined, I'm constantly doing it right now. Combining my ideas and my emotions, I'm communicating something. And that something makes sense through the body. So air is always communicating something. But those things are what? Particles. So Like the moment we make an atmosphere as spirits, it's like one big particle of, I mean, not one big particle. It's one big atmosphere of particles. But it's like the way we manipulate these particles creates our bodies. So now here I am breathing air particles that nourish this body because this body's created from the same particles that are in the air. My body's made out of water. My body's made out of all the same particles in this atmosphere. And that's why it's not smart. Again, these scientists are not only not smart, they're actively destroying the planet by thinking we should go to Mars. Because now listen to everything that I've said here and just sit with your soul and think, does it make sense? Like actually sit with yourself and think real quick, please. Does it make sense for you to make a body on Earth where you're breathing air on Earth, you drink Earth water, but you think that the future, the only way that you will be able to survive in a human body that you made on Earth is to take over indigenous lands, alchemize it into metallic spaceships, and go somewhere else where you can't breathe? Like this is Interstellar. Like that movie Interstellar, like they're literally trying to make us worship this as intelligence. This is why I'm here. Because like something that basic should not be supported by humankind. That shouldn't be seen as smart. Like, oh, let's destroy the planet we created bodies on so we can go somewhere else where there's even less water. Bro, one, why are you poisoning the water here? And two, why are you going somewhere else where there's even less water when your body's 70% water? So we can just see that the aliens are already from Mars and they came here and they invaded. I want you to know that. And that's why the Avengers, all right, all superhero movies are about protecting us from alien invasions. That already happened. The alien invasion already happened. The moment humans started agreeing that money matters more than nature, aliens trapped our minds. Aliens were watching this planet and they're like, okay, we'll use this number to make sense out of all the emotions that humans have. And then they come into reality and use this number to make sense out of our emotions. And now all of your emotions are tied to money, right? You know, like I was forced to go through a school system my whole life that taught me lies because I was being told I needed to go through that system to make money in a land that was being stolen from me by money. And I'm the only one communicating like this because this is how I think. Okay. So your mind is your externalization of yourself. So I'm letting you know right now, your mind is created from your ego and your soul coming together. All right. Again, you can get our online courses. I go way harder in this. Also, actually, though, I'm releasing a new website. That's about to come out like today or tomorrow. So I'll hop on another live and let you know because this website's about to go I've been working really hard on it, guys. It's taken me like 4 months, especially because this technology is garbage. Like, bro, I promise you, us as indigenous peoples, we had better technology than this. The biggest lie in this modern world is that we are in the most technologically advanced age of time. Let me ask you a question real quick, all right? And I want you to sit with this one too. Do you really think that advanced technology would not be able to get wet? Do you really think that smart technology would not be able to get wet? Do you really think that advanced technology would be created in a realm that's 70% water, but it can't get wet? This is not smart technology. Like, this is technology literally created by Martians who don't have water, and they're turning this planet into Mars. And this whole obsession with us going to Mars is literally just them getting people to agree that they're going to turn this place into Mars. So now this place is going to be less water. It's going to look more like a desert, right? I mean, Egypt used to be lush. Egypt became a desert once the Martians came. America used to be way more lush. America became much more like a desert once the colonizers came to indigenous lands and used their Martian tactics and Martian money and Martian men, all the M energy to make matter mean something. But the matter already meant something. That's why it exists. Right? So it's just these people with this M energy, these aliens wanting to eat indigenous peoples. So aliens eat indigenous peoples and indigenous peoples create the bodies that aliens eat. This is this is why like cannibalism is a huge thing in the history of this country. And let me stop talking about it before I get shut down again. This is why it's better for you if follow me on YouTube, Instagram, whatever. I think Like, I can go live on those platforms and I won't get cut off as hard, but I'll still get cut off. So really, nowhere's safe, right? The whole point of this technology is that the people who use genocide to bring this technology to me can cut me off anytime I talk too much about what they did to make this possible. And this is the ultimate hell for me, is Mercury. All right. I want you to know, like, I'm not happy here. I'm happy because I'm myself. All right. So I'm bringing heaven into this hell. I'm happy because I'm me. But this place is so wrong, so messed up. So 1 + 2, that's your mind, right? So I'm creating my mind out of combining my ego and my soul, and that's what allows me to exist. So in Jewish mysticism, that's where I as Metatron bring them the Merkaba. That's what the mind is, the Merkaba. You can look that up. That's the whole triangular geometric shape that basically you as your awareness of yourself. Okay, so your awareness, you're experiencing yourself as God, but you as the observer of your awareness are not what you're aware of. So this is why I can separate my mind from my body and go be aware of totally different things, because I am the observer. All right. So I'm actually observing God, but I, as the God, am choosing what to observe. So if I want to observe other gods, this is where it's 11:11 right now. If I want to observe other gods, then I'm going to create a circumstance where I can use my soul to pilot a Merkaba that allows me to actually absorb the projections of others. So now I can learn more about myself based on how other people tell me who I am. Right. So this whole life, I've been told that I'm black. Right. And then they can tell me that black means that I do a bunch of violent things, or that I use guns, and that I do all this, I steal and everything. Right. But then that's where I can see that historically, everything that they're telling, everything that white people tell me that black is something that they had to do to literally create America. So it's like, it's all projection, perception. Like, it's all projection, perception. Like, there's no better. You have to know who you are. All right. So tree spirits get my honor and respect. Absolutely. Trees literally create the atmosphere. So my point here is CymaTree. I didn't even realize that when I made CymaTree, but this is all subconscious because I just have to be myself. I, as CymaTree, am expressing through my creation how trees create our atmosphere. So your tree is your soul and your atmosphere is your mind. So when I make the caduceus and you see those snakes wrapping around it, that represents your body. And when you use your body to connect with yourself, you create your soul. So really, your first body is your desire to have sex. Like, you either desire to have sex with yourself or with others. And a snake represents your desire to have sex with someone else. A tree represents your desire to have sex with yourself. I'm CymaTree. I'm not CymaSnake. I'm not CymaSerpent. All right. That now the caduceus has serpents around it, because the point is, hermetically, I take my desire to have sex with spirits outside of myself and I apply it to myself. And by looping it in and on myself, I create a simulation, because sex is what creates life. So this is why I started this out like this. When you know that you have your own masculine mind and your own feminine mind, you have sex with yourself to create your own mind, your own child. And now you are the natural, true expression of you. And then that makes sense through a body. So that's what 4 is. 4 is the box. All right. So when your mind is communicating, it has to communicate through a particle, through a box. So that's why the mind is the atmosphere. And we're using our minds to breathe life into these particles. Right. So if I was not using my mind to breathe life into this physical form, it would not matter. Again, science can't, literally all science can do when they listen to me speak like this is build upon what I'm saying, because that's all that they do. They steal indigenous wisdom and then they build upon it while saying that it's wrong. But then they literally can't even explain, again, where your heartbeat comes from or where you were before you came into a body. I remember the places that I was before being in the body, and I can go visit other places while still being in this body. All right. So this system is only meant to trap us. All these people acting like that they're smart in the world for taking our human bodies to Mars and causing climate change are obviously destroying the environment. They're destroying our health, and they're working to trap us further on a system that allows them to make money off of our minds. And that's what English is. So this is why I go into dissect the dialect and everything. Like on dissect the dialect, I'm breaking down how each letter means something. So the letter L means something. The letter M means something. N means something. O means something. That's why it's no coincidence when we take these letters and create words out of them. all the words we use only matters because the letters themselves mean something, and each letter means something based on the number and element. And really the number itself is the element that makes sense. Again, that's why 1 is fire, 2 is water, 3 is air, 4 is earth. We can see this in the start of the alphabet. 1 being fire is A. So your awareness is your fire. And anytime you're A something, that's awareness. So we're always ascending academy. So that's triple fire. So that's us making air. So our mind is us trying angles. That's why, and again, this is all subconscious, guys. Like, I'm literally flowing right now. Like, I'm not even thinking about what I'm saying. Like, this is my subconscious. All right. So these are all ideas that are naturally in my soul, but I have to create the opportunity for me to express them in a language I understand. So I, as Chase, am not aware of everything that my past lives have been through. The point of me not being aware of those things is so I can focus on English, right? But now everything that I do, everything I say in English is going to be informed by my subconscious. It's all informed by my past lives. It's all informed by my memory. Everything I'm saying only matters because of the memories that I have from this life and before. So that's what your subconscious is. Your subconscious, your soul, it's all your memory, right? That's why no one can see your memories, because your memories are how you connect with yourself. And again, boo science, boo modern psychology, boo all of them for stealing wisdom from Hermes and making money off of keeping people ignorant and stupid. What's your element? Your element is all of them. But let me put that in a specific way, right? So your element when you are observing things is nothing. So when you're just in pure observation mode, your element is nothing. That's no element. So you know your element. So no element is no thing. N-O. You are in your own O. Your O is your space. That's all. It's like the dialect. I literally cannot not be myself. Whatever, bro. It's just, this world is so messed up. So anyway, your element is, it depends on what you're doing, right? The whole point, like I just explained, like we use all of our elements to do things. So when you're observing something, that's you doing nothing. So that's no element, that's space. When you're expressing yourself, you're using fire. So fire is pure projection. So anytime, literally, that's why I have to project my voice, right? Like this is me sharing my fire. I'm sharing ideas. So I have to project. But fire doesn't matter without what? Water, the vibration. So all these ideas I'm sharing, you would not be able to hear them if I was not a water-based being that is vibrating these vocal cords with my soul in a way that can share my fire. So I can see all these things, but you can't see them. And the only way I can express that to you is if I'm a water-based being in the same water that you are, and then we vibe. And then we're using these particles to vibe, right? So now we can vibe. Cool. So that's where, when you're expressing yourself, that's your fire, right? When you're listening to the expression of someone else, your water. So that's why right now I'm in my fire element on a live broadcast, and everyone who's listening, all of you, you're in your water element because you're observing it, right? Like spiritually you're observing, but really you're using water to connect with what I'm saying. Because there's a difference. There's a difference of observing versus connecting, right? So spirits observe, water connects. So this is why when you as a spirit connect with yourself, that's you having your own water, your own soul, your own planet. So Mercury is literally my own body of water. Like no one else owns Mercury. No one can take credit for Mercury. I built all that shit on my own, and I've been building it on my own. Now, other people will help me build it after I already get it off the ground, right? Like that's kind of like other people will help you build your business once it's already successful. But it takes you as the individual spirit to have the idea of the business and to vibrate enough with it to communicate it into existence. And that's what we're always doing. So when you're connecting with something, that's you being water because you're trying to understand someone else's idea. So when you're trying to understand someone else's idea, that's you as a spirit observing another fire, but you know that that fire is not yours. So you know that everything I'm doing here and saying here, this is not an expression of your individuality. But because you as an individual are aware of it, you can choose to connect with it. And that's you vibing. All right. So that's anytime we go to vibe with anyone, right? Like we're choosing to connect with individuals based on how we feel. So that's all of our souls. That's literally our individual souls being in individual resonance with each other. So you have an individual soul, I have an individual soul, and my soul is made up of all the memories from my past bodies. So that's why in this life, when I die by fasting so long, I just materialize into the atmosphere. That's going to be me as a spirit becoming so light. I bring my body back into my space and I use it to build my own simulation. Pretty cool. All right. This is real Hermeticism. All right. That's why when you Google Hermeticism, it's all just going to be lies and lostness that basically prove that Christianity and Judaism and all these religions stole their wisdom from Hermes. But if you actually look at Hermes's wisdom, it's going to say the same thing, because the point of them using English was to just make all this normal, to say that we're all expressions of one imagination. So I literally have to be back as Hermes communicating about my imagination to let you know how all these individuals who are saying that you're an expression of their imagination stole from me. And I would never say that you're an expression of someone else's imagination. Makes no sense. None. So that's the body, right? Boom. So we have air and earth being the external, right? So this is how all the elements work. So boom, you in your spirit, you're observing, that's no element. You in your ego or your God, you're projecting, that's your fire. When you are vibing, when you're vibrating with your own projections, that's you and your water, that's your soul. So you're connecting with your own fire. And then from here, this is your life. All right. So your life, this is your 3, this is your chi right here. Your life is you observing how you feel about your own imagination. Once you feel like communicating that, you create the mind. And that mind is you literally, communicate. There's no better word, right? Because you're communicating it into existence. So it's like all these infinite ways. That's the point of the mind being the atmosphere. Like the atmosphere is the actual stage, the mental platform that allows everything to actually exist. So now you can actually have bodies inside of your atmosphere because you've created this, literally, like you created the atmosphere for the body to exist. Earth can't exist in space. That's why if we take your body and shoot it out into space, you're going to go back to your space and this particle is not going to matter and you won't be alive anymore. Because you need to keep your body in this atmosphere. That's why it's not smart for scientists to tell us that we need to take our bodies to another planet for a better life. That's the exact same European mentality that made you consume North, South, and Central America and spread all of your problems here. And now you act like that the problem isn't you. The problem is somehow your environment. Native Americans were living in their own land super harmoniously and happily way before the Industrial Revolution came and then destroyed it and then said the only way that we can heal ourselves is to take over somewhere else. That's all Stephen Hawking, like literally, I don't know if you've seen that interview, but Stephen Hawking literally is like in his chair, right? He can't move his body, which my thing is, how smart of a mind can you be if you don't even have a body that you can move? Anyway, he's literally in his chair, like the only way humans will be able to survive climate change is if we colonize Mars. He literally said colonize, by the way, because they have no better words. This is their English language to describe how they take over indigenous lands and then aren't happy when they take them over. And then they say that we're the problem. When no, we're not the problem. We're happy alone. You are the problem wanting to connect with us and we don't want to connect with you. But we have to because you're projecting into us. So that's the New World Order. That's what fire is. This idea of like, we need to project into you. That's what slavery is. That's what money is. That's what racism is. That's what sexism is. That's what any ism is. It's someone literally taking their fire, being like, hey, I need to project into you to connect with you. I refuse to listen to you talk about yourself and I refuse to respect you, honestly, but I need you. I need you to support my idea. So I'm just going to say that you are an expression of my God. If you don't agree, I'm going to murder your family, steal your land and lie about it. And we're going to build America like that anyway. This is the world we're in. All right. So important for us to know this. Now I'm about to start reading. But wait, hold up. What's my element? I know I already got, because now my mind is like very airy. Hold up, let me anchor, English, earth. Okay, boom. So one, your projection, right? Anytime you're projecting out light, we'll just call it light because there's either something or light. But anytime light starts to mean something to you, that's when it becomes heavy, right? So any idea in your mind is light. But if it matters to you, it became heavy. So now it's weight. So you had to wait in that idea. And then that's you literally using weight, which is water, to add on to the light, which is fire. And you're making it real by making an air that consistently communicates into a structure. So now this body, for example, is light that became weight because my spirit connected with my own idea, with its soul, so consistently that it was able to communicate inside of my mom's womb to put this cell together like this, and this cell together like this, and this cell together like this. And now because I went through that whole birth process of using my mind to communicate inside of my mom's womb how these particles should be arranged, I can get born into the world properly. And then that's like literally how our minds build our bodies, so we can take that breath and know how to eat when we get born and do anything. So yeah, projection, one, that's you in your fire element. When you're connecting with someone else's projection, that's you in your water. When you're communicating how you feel at all, that's you in your air element. Right? So anytime you're communicating how you feel about something, and like that's air, that's what Mercury entirely is. So Mercury's Gemini Virgo planet. Like it's all of us just communicating how we feel about things. And then from there, after we communicate how we feel about things, that literally builds a thing that we want to feel about. So that's what builds our body. Like we're communicating about our ideas, and these ideas make our body matter. So then that's where, yeah, earth is your structure. Air is your communication. Blood is your transformation, right? So like I have taken on many bloods, but technically all of my bodies are expressions of my internal blood. So even though this body may have different blood than my past life body, the fact is it's all still an expression of my blood, of my family. So your family is your 5 energy. So once you make a body, it doesn't matter what religion you're in or what system you're in. What are you doing to make your body matter? Building a family. That's it. It doesn't matter what religion you're in. It doesn't matter what system you're in. You're using these numbers, how I'm talking about them, to make your life matter. And your life only matters when you can build a body with your mind because you feel like connecting with others. And then the others that you feel like connecting with are you building a family. So that's literally 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is death. 5 is family. 5 is energy. So your family is your energy, right? So like that's literally you creating your own energy so that you can create bigger energy with others. So like this body is my own family, but then when I have my mom, right, and then I have my aunt and I have my grandma, they all have their own bodies. And because their bodies are of the same vibrational makeup as this body, I call them family. And then of course, when we get to a spiritual level, where does it stop? Everyone's family. Right? Like on an indigenous level, but then this is where indigenous peoples have to learn how to set boundaries. Because if indigenous peoples did not see Europeans as family, then they would not have been able to be destroyed and taken over to the extent that they were. Because Europeans definitely don't view us as family, but we view them as family. This is why black people view white people as family, but white people don't view black people as family. This is why black people constantly forgive white people for being evil, but white people will tell black people that they're evil while raping them. Let me read these comments. All right. Life is more than just stats. I've been saying this for so long. Absolutely. So agree. I'm definitely aware of creating myself. Good. It's the only way you can speak, right? Like the only reason your jaw is moving is because you're making yourself. So it's important to know that no one else is beating your heart but you. No one, like there's no one else who cares enough about you to beat your heart but you. Like it's just like, of course, we get colonized by the ideas of like someone else saying, oh, well, you can't beat your own heart. Someone else cares more about you than you do to beat your own heart. And now you need to serve that person who's beating your heart. But if I don't even feel in resonance with that inside of my own heart, then like now we have a lie, right? So we can see that fire is lies and water is truth. And the truth of the matter is you are connecting with yourself consistently enough to literally have a heartbeat that can make your body matter. So anything that anyone else says about your body doesn't matter, but they want it to matter because they want to connect with you in a way that validates their idea. So again, it's just like we cannot run away from ourselves. We can't run away from the alchemy or the elements that we use to literally express anything. Like, because that thing had to be expressed by some observer. Like an observer was looking at nothing and they're like, I don't want to be nothing. I want to be something. And now we have like infinite observers in the universe talking about all their ideas of what something is. We experience everything in numbers as well, because as we experience, we create sequences and pattern. Big facts. Literally, that's your memory, right? So literally your soul can only make sense out of how it moves through patterns. That's why we have rhythm. Like if you weren't feeling things on a cycle, there'd be no sense. So this is why psychedelics actually make the most sense in the world. All right. And boo governments for making them illegal, because they literally make the most sense in the world. Psychedelics teach you how to connect with yourself in the deepest way possible. And then that's why fasting is psychedelic. So yeah, psychedelics are illegal, but fasting isn't illegal. If you fast long enough, you will literally start releasing more DMT into your body that allows you to be more aware of the astral realm. And this is really the level that humans used to be at anyway. It's just that now, because we're so inundated with heavy metals in our food, literally there's like so much heavy metal in baby food. It's ridiculous. Heavy metals in our fast food. There's so much sugar and carcinogens and toxins inside of everything we consume. We're not producing nearly enough DMT to be able to naturally separate our minds from our bodies, basically. Like you would have to actually like go consume it or fast so that you can produce it long enough to start to be aware of those higher dimensions and those other things. And then that's where we get someone's comment about seeing fractals. And in general, all the comments I get about people seeing awesome, wild things once they fasted long enough. Because yeah, you're seeing more of your imagination, but you're seeing more of how your spirit wants your imagination to connect with other spirits. So this is where you're learning that you're alone, but you're not alone in wanting to not be alone. So like, I know Anubis is alone, right? But the only reason that I can go hang out with him anytime I want is because we're both in the vibration of not wanting to be alone. So that allows us to connect with each other. Now, if he wants to be alone, he's going to be in a vibration where I can't even connect with him. Like I can't touch him. Like I can't visit him, you know? So that's the point of vibration. Vibration connects space. All space is separate. Like that's what it has to be. And then when people try to act like we're infinitely connected, that's just super duper lostness of getting rid of our individuality. You have to consent to get connected to anything outside of yourself. And that's why you're never going to hear me as Hermes say that you're an expression of the universe, or you're an expression of someone else's idea, or you're an expression of like anything or any other system. Like you can only ever be an expression of your spirit. That's why you communicate. And now I would have to sit here and learn about your spirit. And I can sit here and listen to you forever. You know, you talk to me about what you do, and then I'd let you know about your elements, and you'd be like, wow, I didn't think like that. Thanks, Hermes. And then I go fly somewhere else, you know? So whatever. All right, elements. We're all elemental internally. This is why our body is made out of elements. Life is death, right? I seek within. Numbers is just a label. Shouldn't deny their relevance, as within, so without. Numbers allow elements to exist. So let's not say numbers is just a label. Numbers are literally the substance that allow elements to exist. Fire would not exist, water would not exist, air would not exist, earth would not exist, blood would not exist without numbers. You would not exist without numbers. Like if you're an individual spirit, then wouldn't that mean that you need to use the number 1 to express your individuality? So here I am, right? Boom. You perceive this body as one body. Now, of course, we can go deeper. We can see that this body is not one body. This body is very many bodies working together to create something that you perceive as one body, because I'm using my imagination to express through it. But on a scientific level, you'd be like, well, hold up, you're made of a lot of bodies. And it's like, yeah, now we got to acknowledge the individual spirits that are making my body possible. But obviously, the spirits that are making my heart possible is not me. I'm communicating with the spirits that are making my body possible so we can build a structure. Love the background, by the way. Yeah, thank you for sharing your knowledge. Absolutely. It's so sad to get blocked only for revealing and telling the truth. It is, especially when these people that are blocking us only make money by spreading lies. Like we're living in like the biggest lie right now. Like literally this world is so built on lying that teaches us to lie to kids about Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and basically every religion, because they want, like subconsciously, Europeans are like, hey, isn't it fun to lie? Isn't it fun to lie to kids and act like there's a fat man who breaks into everyone's homes and gives them presents based on if they were good or bad? It's just more Christianity stuff. It's just more one God stuff. It's just more colonizing your space. Like, what if I don't want Santa to enter my home? You're telling me that I don't have a choice because your government says that he's the man that owns the whole world. So like he can take presents to anyone and he can bring anything to anyone. Like your idea of Santa is just you telling me that you're God and that then God itself is a lie, just like Santa, because obviously one individual is not controlling all of us, or else what would be the point? What would in any way, shape or form, subconsciously, what would be the point of you having a family or having friends if you believe that they were all expressions of one individual? What would be the point of you being in like any romantic energy, being like, maybe I'll find my soulmate in this life? If you're an expression of one individual, there's no room for those thoughts. Like just straight, like there's no room to think that maybe you'll meet someone that you'll love, because everyone loves everyone. Everyone's an expression of one person. You literally would not be able to possibly think about hoping to meet a soulmate. It would not be possible. So boo this world. All right. Boo this world and shout out us. Yeah. So it's very sad to get blocked for revealing and telling the truth when these people only get to invade my land and make me use this technology because they consistently lie. And all they do is lie. The US alone made over 375 treaties with Native Americans to agree to stop stealing their land. How do you think that worked out? I would like every single treaty. Like when Europeans would make a treaty with natives, they're like, okay, here's a treaty. We're your friends now. We're going to stop stealing your women. We're going to stop stealing your resources. We're going to stop stealing your materials. We're going to stop stealing your ideas. We're going to stop stealing your bodies. We're going to stop stealing your children. We're going to stop stealing your land. We're friends now. We're done invading. They wrote that kind of document 375 times to build the US ground that we're on right now. And you think that they're truthful? Like how could anyone possibly trust someone like that? Like imagine having a business partner where they're like, okay, let's sign a contract. This contract says that we're going to build something like this. But then the moment you sign it, they break it. And then they do what they want. But you're supposed to still be in business with them. And then they come back like, oh, I'm sorry for breaking that contract, bro. I just had to sell off, do this. I had to do stuff with our thing. But here's another contract. Don't worry, you'll follow it, right? But it's like, bro, at this point, if you're the one making up the contracts, clearly you don't know how to just respect emotions. You feel like you need to create something that says, I'm going to stop murdering you, which tells me that you're never going to stop murdering me. You're never going to stop stealing from me. If you literally feel like you as a country need to create a contract to tell me that you're done stealing my land, and then you do that 375 more times to steal the rest of my land, in what way could I ever trust you? And this is America. Like, and that I'm talking, that's the US alone. That's not talking about South America, which is way worse when it came to slavery. We're talking about just the United States. We're not even talking about Canada or Mexico. So if 375 treaties were needed to take over all the land in the United States, how much did they lie to take over all the land in Canada? How much did they lie to take over all the land in Mexico? How much did they lie to take over every single thing in South America so that money can matter the way that it does today? New World Order, whoop-dee. We're all expressions of one individual, right? Yeah. You can see that I'm me, basically. I get that. I concur. It's so sad. That's not true. I care about being of love and divine beings. Yeah, I guess I didn't read that. Whatever you're saying, that's not true too. I'll just reply to your next comment. I care about being of love and divine beings. Yes, right? Like everyone should be of love, but we need to get the right word for love. Love is simply fire, guys. Like love is simply like your desire. So that's why I like just went really deep on, it's important to know that you have to connect with yourself to actually love yourself. Like if you don't feel like connecting with your own ideas, then you can't love your own ideas. And the ultimate idea that you're using to experience yourself is your awareness. So what, like, your idea of your awareness is what separates you from all spirits. Only I can be aware of Mercury in the way that I am. That's why you're listening. So you can be aware of yourself, right? And then that's where I can relate what I'm aware of to what you're aware of. And then this is how we connect. So you have your own soul, I have my own soul, and we're aware of the bodies that our souls feel like being connected to. So you have your own water, I have my own water, but we're both aware of Earth. We're both on Earth. So everything with Earth is us as souls feeling like vibing with something, right? So now, depending on what on Earth you like, you're going to find your family. Right. So if you like a certain show or a certain comic book, you can start to resonate with people who like that same thing. Like, I have a whole history before my awakening of making Spider-Man costumes, making Black Panther costumes, making all these superhero costumes. So this is how I was relating with the world before spirituality, was superheroes. Because I was still on like, well, we're creating ourselves and I want superpowers. And literally as a kid, I'm like, the way that I would get superpowers is by connecting with my subconscious mind. So I've been talking with my spirit, named itself Irisel, back when I was in 6th grade. So I've been talking to my higher self as Irisel since 6th grade. It's only recently that Irisel is like, hey, by the way, you're Enoch and I'm Metatron. But the whole point of me speaking English was that, like, I didn't care about that past story. I'm just being myself and I'm relating with myself in a way that makes sense, which is me as the higher self, as a spirit, creating a body that allows my mind to communicate itself into existence. So the moment I make this body, I'm aged, right? Like, this body's 24 years old. My spirit is ageless. But when it comes to Earth, you perceive me as 24 years old. So I know as a spirit, I have to connect in that way because I create the circumstances to do so. It wouldn't make sense for me to like run away from Earth. You know, like, I made this body to be perceived and meet people where they're at. But it's just like, it's the point of ascension is that if I stay on Earth, I'll be stuck in hell. Duh. So love is you ultimately wanting to be alone with yourself. That's all love is. That's all love is. Love is you wanting to be alone with yourself. If you don't love yourself, then you don't want to be alone with yourself. So think about how Europe took over all of the Americas. They don't love themselves to go out of their way to hurt other people and to rationalize genocide and slavery. You can't love yourself if you're rationalizing spreading hate to others. It's impossible. You love spreading hate to others. That's what I'm seeing. Now, if you identify as the person who spreads hate to others, then yeah, that's where you're going to start using language like, I love myself because I love to enslave other people. And then it's like, okay, communication. But it's important to know that being truly of love is being alone. All right. Hermeticism is being happy alone. Okay. True that. I believe we aren't supposed to do love. We are love. Multi-dimensional 420. We are nothing. You are not love. So love is your desire. So whatever you love is something you want, but you're not what you want. You know, like, you're not your desire. You're not whatever light because love is a light. So you as the spiritual observer, when you're observing what you want in your space, that word is love, right? And when you're observing what you don't want in your space, that word is hate. So anything you hate is something you don't want in your space. Anything you love is something you want in your space. But you have to know that you yourself are the space if you're actually going to love everything that you create. You feel me? So we are not love. We are space. We experience ourselves because we love to. All right. So loving is an action. There we go. We aren't supposed to do love. We are love. No, we are supposed to do love. And we're supposed to love ourselves consistently so we know how to love others. But if you believe you are love, you have no room for spirituality there because people love physical reality. So the moment you say you are love, it's like, okay, what? So you love to eat food? Like, you are the love that keeps you in physical reality? Like, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. So love is an action that we do. Like, that's why self-love is a practice. Okay. So it sounds nice, but that's not true. We are not love. All right. We do love. Like, loving is what we have to do. Like, I have to love people. Like, it's an action I do. Like, I'm not I have to create love. Boo. Divine beings are made of the same cloth. Divine beings share the light and love of the same source. Oh, absolutely not. That literally is going against everything about individuality I'm saying right here. So what you're saying right there, OM Majestic, is that I, as an individual, it doesn't matter what I say about myself. You're telling me that I am created from someone else's idea. Because that's what it means to say that divine beings share the light and love of the same source. You're like, that's literally everything I'm talking about here and going to war against. Like, you're saying that we are all expressions of one person's imagination, which is impossible. So what you're telling me right there is that you love, as an individual observer of your own space, you would love to be connected to something else. And the ideas that you're using to connect to something else are saying that we're all something else. And you're just saying that we're all created from the same thing because you want to connect with other spirits. So now, yeah, everyone who believes that we're all from the same source, they can connect with you on that idea. I can promise you that I am an individual. I've always been an individual and I always will be. I've never come from something outside of myself, and I'm not about to return to something outside of myself because I'm my own circle. That's the point of circles being the soul, and all of us being psychedelic internally, and all of us being individuals and having our own water cycles. We all connect with ourselves in our own ways. So when you tell me that I'm a part of something else that you have to tell me about, that's projection. That's literally you telling me that I'm created by an idea that you just learned about. So now there's no room for you to hear about me or my individuality because you are blocking it out with the individuality of someone else. And you're like, yeah, but this person said that you're an extension of one imagination. So whatever you say doesn't matter because I know that you're an extension of someone else's imagination. And it's just like, that's where we're at right now, right? Like with communication, this is how people view life. Mind blown. Harmony's harmonious. That's called being human. I do want to rewind and replay this to rehear your moments when I didn't have my pen and paper. Big facts. Last time I tried to save the live, TikTok literally saved it, but like couldn't, like it didn't play. And then obviously I got blocked from the last live. But now that this one is about to be fine, I'm about to try and download it. And just know you can follow my YouTube and like tap into the TikTok lives there. Like I'm definitely going to be working to like save each one that I do and upload it as long as TikTok can actually give it to me in usable data. But if they're literally just going to give me like a frozen screen, because that's what it's been each time I tried to download a live, then yeah. Creation takes more guts than destruction. Yes. Will you put this live recording on YouTube? That's a great question. Oh, Majestic. There we go. Reading it. Nah. Yeah, right. Yes. Facts. People are so funny. I love your hair. Yes, hair. Seed nuggets. Are you live? Experience of them taking down, deleting our videos makes record my own lives. Experience of them taking down, deleting our videos makes record my own lives. That wasn't comprehensive English, but as far as building off of it, every time you make a post, that's your body. And when they take it down, the only thing that you're left with is your memory. So that's proof right there that your soul creates your body. Because when you make a social media post, that's you using how you connect with yourself to express yourself into a structure. You're obviously not the structure that you're expressing yourself into. I'm not this video. I'm not the videos I post on the internet, but I am creating these videos by connecting with myself. So, boom. Einstein said creativity is more important than knowledge. Einstein isn't even smart, but he is right there. I mean, all creativity, all knowledge is created. So when you think about knowledge, like knowledge, there's no end to knowledge. That's because everything's made up. So welcome, I'm the God of wisdom, Tahuti. So as Tahuti, I'm here letting you know that knowledge is the numbers, wisdom is the elements, and elements make up numbers so they can make sense. So all of us as spirits make up bodies so our souls can make sense. Right? My soul makes sense because I make bodies to anchor it and communicate it. So now, boom, all of everything that I feel, all of my chaotic individual emotions can make sense through the bodies that I've expressed, basically, that I've created to express myself. I think Mars is more of a backup plan because we cannot stop this train of destroying the planet. But that's impossible See, even like that is an idea. So whoever created the idea that we can't stop destroying the planet is the people who are actively making money destroying the planet. Like the people who educate you and educate us like we can't stop destroying the planet are the people who are actively making money destroying the planet. We can stop. We just literally have to stop supporting that kind of idea. We literally have to stop supporting the idea that it's too late to stop destroying the planet so that we can change the environment. But it's because white supremacy, it's because these racist individuals want us to destroy the planet and they want to make money destroying the planet that they push out to the scientific community that it's too late. That's why I'm here. Like these are big lies that they're using to destroy the environment. The ultimate lie is, oh, there's nothing we can do to just stop destroying the environment, so Mars is our backup plan. That's so insanely unintelligent. There is nothing on Mars that is a good backup plan. So this brings me back to the point that Martians already destroyed Mars and they're here destroying this planet. That's why the scientific community is obsessed with Mars, but there's nothing on Mars, and it looks like what Earth is becoming right now. Earth is becoming dried up. Earth is having its water poisoned. Earth is going through climate change just like Mars because Martians are using their technology here to tell us that we need to go there. But they're just destroying this planet. And what it's going to be, guys, by the way, is them wanting to turn this planet into Mars so that they can trap us in virtual reality. And now we can only communicate like this, right? So now the people who are destroying the planet can make sure that if this live gets to like 100 people, they cut me off. Because that's basically like what happened last time. Like these invaders create technology, come to me as an indigenous man, tell me I need to use it so they can make money out of taking more of my land and taking more of my time, taking more of my energy, taking my essence, right? So this is the Martian thing, okay? So no, there's no way in any rational or intelligent thought that humans would view Mars as a backup plan. Mars does not have the water to sustain life. Mars does not have the atmosphere to sustain life. So if we would rather believe the idea that it's too late to stop destroying this environment, so now we need to destroy the environment to go somewhere else, boo on that idea, boo on the New World Order, and boo on all these scientists who make millions of dollars pushing these lies into your mind so you can regurgitate it to me like that, Lone Wolf 49. Because straight up, it's not too late. The whole point of us creating life right now is that if we choose to start supporting the environment and supporting ourselves, we would stop supporting the people who tell us that we have to destroy this planet. Because that's basically all it is at this point. Like the governments that control humans are telling us that we are the ones destroying it when you're not the one manufacturing plastic bags. Are you the one manufacturing plastic cups? Are you the one building all these cars out here? Like it's literally the same exact government. You are simply a consumer of what the government is creating for you. So when you get a plastic bag, right, and you throw it in the trash, like, bro, that's all the government. Like the government made the trash, they made the garbage thing, they made the idea that you should throw something in a plastic bag so they can take it to a landfill. Like it's still all trash. Like you're still supporting a system that is destroying the environment. It's just this system is somehow making you feel better about supporting the destruction of your environment. Boo. I really hope they don't take this live like they took the other one, because but I don't think we have enough people in here, because they literally they suppress. So they make sure they suppress. They make sure that they use this technology to control who we connect with, and then they stop me from getting to a certain number. If I get to a certain number, they'll delete my account like they did before. They'll shut me off like they did before, and I have to start from scratch. And it's basically I'm an indigenous man living out this reality. So I'm doing this for you. All right. I'm doing it because I care about the world. And this is the wave right now. Fact. The future stuff is about the past, and the past stuff is about the near future at this point. See, you can't progress better into the future if you don't know where you're coming from. So it very much is literally about you have to have this emotional intelligence of where you're coming from to know how to go somewhere better. Like, if you don't know where you're from, how are you going to go somewhere that is good for you? So like, if I don't know where I was from before this life, how am I actually going to go to heaven? I don't even know what my idea of heaven is because I don't know where I came from. Now, because I know where I came from, I know that I already built my idea of heaven, and no one can convince me that I need to go to their heaven, because that makes no sense. And then historically, I can see that I, as Hermes, built whatever system they're telling me I need to believe in. So it takes me as an individual to know who I am. Look forward to it. Damn, that's true. Gratitude from Arizona. My family's in Arizona. Shout out Arizona, Lady Magi. What are you called on YouTube? CymaTree. CymaTree. You can also find my podcast on Spotify and everything, because I'm a musician. So the podcast is like on, all the music platforms, whatever. And yeah, it's literally me talking like this, but I get to go way harder because it's not censored. And I have to actively censor myself on this live so that I don't get cut off or whatever. So YouTube, CymaTree. What's your YouTube? I missed it. CYMA. I could just next time I'll put it on the screen or something. Whatever. CymaTree. All right. CymaTree. So the podcast is called Synchronicity. All right. But it's spelled CY, and then you'll find it when you find CymaTree. Their motto is to conceal the truth. That's right. That's right. Dude, I looked at the time when you said that it was actually 1:11. Yeah, that's fun. And of course, with our time zones, right? Technically, if it's 11:11 here, it's going to be 1:11 somewhere, and then also 1:11 on another part of somewhere. And then really just that 11 energy is felt around the world at the same time. We are so much than we can describe. Facts. The point is, the moment we start to describe ourselves, we're limiting who we are. The moment I'm describing who I am to you, I'm limiting myself so you can perceive me as a spirit. So that's the point of my body. I have to limit myself into this body if you're going to be aware of my space. Otherwise, my space is infinite. And because it's infinite, it's nothing. And so because it's nothing, it doesn't make something. It doesn't become finite enough to matter, right? So this is the point of we got to anchor our infinity into something stable. And that's what a cell is. That's what a particle is. That's what a body is. That's how we communicate ourselves into existence. Spelling spells. Yes, I'm in your flow. Absolutely, Lady Magi. Absolutely. I feel it. Nicholas Shaw WD. I'm a Taurus and lack the air. I feel you, bro. I'm a Taurus sun, but I'm a Gemini ascendant. So as you can see, I don't lack air here. But it's anchored in a very Taurus way. And that's the point of Mercury. The moment when I as a spirit build Mercury, it's being built from the spiritual perspective of Gemini. Okay, open, full communication. Is being built then, is being anchored to the emotional perspective of Virgo. So Virgo is all about serving the world that you're in. So when I as Mercury, I'm communicating, that's me and my Gemini spirit, but then in my Virgo soul, I'm connecting based on how I can mold to the environment. So that's why I really care about serving the collective. That's why Spider-Man was stolen from Hermes. The whole idea of great power comes great responsibility. When you have the power to help others, it's your responsibility to help others. So that's why I built Mercury on a cosmic scale, and my whole life in the universe is helping others. That's the only reason I get called away from my space, is to help a simulation learn how to communicate. So that's all we're doing right here, right? Always saying Academy, facts, robbery. Santa is a robber breaking into all the masks. I know, right? And it's all under the idea that they're bringing you a present, right? So that's how Europeans feel about Native Americans. They're hey, we're stealing your land, but we're bringing you a present. The idea that you're all an expression of our imagination. It's so twisted. It's so evil. What are your thoughts on Jesus? He was an idea meant to consume indigenous peoples. So the whole point of Jesus is to reset our time. We say that we're in year 2022, and people don't think of the reason we say that we're in year 2022 is because the Roman government sacrificed Jesus 2,000 years ago. We can Google it. All right. Again, we know I'm only speaking facts right now. So the fact that literally Jesus reset our whole idea of time shows that the people who want to destroy this planet are using the idea of Jesus to cause climate change and make money out of indigenous peoples and to control our spirituality. So the idea of Jesus is literally, especially I, as someone who like, my awakening came from me wondering, why am I worshiping Jesus for fasting and talking to God when I can do that myself? So this is what happened to me in college. Like, this is what happened to me in college. Literally, like that senior year before college, before my last year of college, I got out of this relationship that like I really like didn't want to be in, but I was in it out of fear, and I felt like I wasn't being myself. And so at this point, like Christianity is just telling me to like still worship Jesus, and I was in the mind state at that point finally to be like, why, how about if Jesus fasts to talk to God, I'll just fast to talk to God myself. And then I did, and then I realized that I'm God. And then I realized that God's just a higher version of me, choosing that I'm going to be here expressing myself. And then the only way I can talk to other gods is to use my mind to choose to. But then that's where I learn who I am. So I can't not be me. That's why I'm here talking about this like this, because I'm called here by this simulation. All right. So I went through these experiences, okay? Like, I've been colonized. That's why I can communicate about it so intelligently, and I know what everyone else is going through. I've been here. Gratitude. They make trash. They literally make trash. Glad to see you back, man. Glad to be back. Glad to be back. I'm Capricorn Sun, Leo, Rising, Sagittarius, Moon. Bang, 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 gang, 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 gang. Let's see. All liars are deceivers. This dude ain't even live. This is an old live. You're hilarious. How does that even work? Can you do that? That would save me a lot of time, I guess. What? Wait, people can do that, can't they? I have seen that. People like somehow broadcasting an old live, but I've only seen it when people are broadcasting those lives where it's like, hey, get a bunch of followers, but they really just want you to follow them, and they're acting like they're going to follow you, but it was like a pre-recorded thing. That's the yeah. But I guess this guy is saying I'm not actually live because I'm not replying immediately. I don't know, whatever. Entitlement, I guess. This dude ain't even live. This is an old live. Hi. So I've already replied to you. Well, clearly, and this is the same guy. Hold up. The same guy who said that says, you're a Taurus and you lack the air. I can tell. Like, you're about to hop up here and comment on my live that you're a Taurus and you lack air, and then you're going to turn around and say that this isn't even a real live. Like, yeah, obviously you're in your big Taurus energy. You're just like stuck in your earth. You're like, man, he's not even replying to me. This must already be a structure that he built and he's just using it. Like, no, I'm not in my Taurus energy. I did not build this pre-hand and now just advertise it for you guys to think I'm here. But I can see why you think that way. All right. What are your thoughts? Yeah. I think I made it through the comments. Hey, I want to fast, but I don't want to become frail. How do you properly fast? That's what the whole website's on. So if you want to properly fast, click the link in my bio. I wrote out so much. Like, I wrote out so much for this website. Checked it all, worked again. Like, it's basically been, I think I've been working on this site for a year. Like, it just got remolded in the last 4 months to be better. But like all the like everything on this site, like I have so much on this site. So yeah, it took me, like, you can read that. All right. That's why I wrote it. And then I have all those videos. That's my Taurus structure, right? So when you go in there, you know that's not live. All right. I'm not a Gemini right now coming to you live. Like, yeah, I built those with my Gemini energy. So that Earth is already there and you can get connected to it and learn. Yes, I can't not be me. Literally, I just like, and women naturally get this. It seems that men resonate more with being something that they're not, you know, but like women really understand, like, you can't run from your own emotions. Your emotions are what make you matter. So like women know this. This is why like we're in a world where women are supposed to be seen as unintelligent, because this simulation is so lost. It's so disconnected from the natural feminine essence that makes nature work. It needs to use all this hyper masculine technology to destroy nature, and then people can hop on the live and say that it's too late for Mother Nature. It's never too late for Mother Nature. How dare you? That makes me want to fight right now. It's never too late for Mother Nature. How dare you? I will utilize your link on fasting. Absolutely, absolutely. He's lied because he answered my Jesus question. That's funny. So yeah, let me get into the number thing real quick, and then I'm about to hop off this live because I'm about to explain to you through all the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 how religions are built. So now you can see how every religion matters to the individuals who made it up, but religions don't matter to nature. Religions need nature. Nature doesn't need religion. So no matter what religion you're in, if you don't know how nature is created and how nature works, it doesn't matter. Your religion is literally you bringing your lost spirituality into a physical reality that you're about to cause climate change inside of because you're too ignorant about your own inner workings. That's the world we're in, right? So you as a spirit, all right, when you're nothing, when you're observing your own circumstance, that's you being aware that you have nothing. So this is where you as the observer have a 0. So 0 represents having nothing. So your 0 is like, okay, I have nothing. I have circumstances. My circumstances are nothing. Now I want to imagine them. Boom. Now you got the number 1, right? So you as the observer go from 0, you have nothing. Boom. 1, well, I want to have something, imagination. So now you're expressing your imagination into nothing. So this is why you're fire. You as the observer are expressing, like you're shooting fire into your space, and that's your imagination. This is why God is always described as fire. This is why in the Bible, like us as angels, we're described as fire, because I'm explaining to you how an angel manifests itself. So all of us as angels, and we're hanging out, we're just like pure fire, because it's pure awareness of space. Like that's what an angel is, pure awareness of space. When you're aware of your space, you can do anything. You can use light to do anything and go anywhere. So you as a spirit, boom, circumstance, imagine yourself. Boom, now you're a God, right? You got fire. You're expressing imagination, but that imagination is going into nothing. It's not sustainable. So this is why fire is not sustainable. Fire always spreads. Fire endlessly consumes. Fire doesn't build. All right, so fire is the idea, but ideas don't build. We can see that money isn't real, right? Like when I look into nature, I can't see money. I see gold, I see trees, I see people's bodies, I see muscles, right? I see the things that money's made out of. Money's made out of gold, money's made out of trees, money's made out of our muscles, believing that it matters. But money itself is not an idea that we can see in the environment. So that's clearly a fiery projection from someone that I haven't met who wants to take over this world. And then that's just where, you know, Martian alien stuff, numbers, how you can weaponize numbers to trap people's emotions. Everything I'm talking about here, they stole this from me as Hermes. They stole all this from Egypt. Again, that's why Egyptian pyramid, back of the dollar bill, they have it in Latin, New World Order. They have the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid. I'm explaining to you how money is made. Like basically, like money is the pure expression of imagination, and the pure expression of an imagination looks like an eye at the top of a pyramid, and the pyramid forever splitting down, because this is what it looks like. Like you as a spirit are nothing, but the moment you want to be something, that's like a kamehameha. That's just like, yeah, like you have a projector of your imagination, your fire, and then that fire is going out into nothingness. And when you're like in your nothingness with your fire, no one else can see you. So this is where then you literally have to create the second element, which is water, and your soul can contain your fire. So now, because you create a soul out of water to contain your God, to contain your imagination, now you can be aware of yourself. And this is why everyone who's aware of their own space technically has to have a soul, because you connected with your own imagination to become aware of who you are and how you're expressing yourself up to that point. Just for the record, I don't think it's too late. I'm a Virgo, lol. Okay. Thank you, Lone Wolf. Thank you for saying that, because truly, the idea that it's too late, like people can believe that it's too late for 50 years and it's still not too late. You feel me? Like, so like I'm saying, like that's literally an idea that's created by the scientists who are destroying the environment to try and get us to keep supporting it. So they're like, hey, we're destroying the environment, but we're going to blame you and say that humans are destroying it. But they're technically right, because humans are supporting the scientific institutions that are destroying the environment. And it takes us repeating those kinds of ideas. So the moment we stop believing ideas from the scientific institution, like it's too late to stop climate change, we'll stop supporting the people who are causing climate change, which are the people telling us that idea. Ooh, talk about it. I represent the creator, God, brother, you admire the creation. So yeah, you represent your own God, just like I represent the creator. But if you want to say the creator, you need to say a creator, because it's not the creator. Like, the creator is literally just you. Like, when we say the, anytime someone says the creator, you're trying to imply that I, as a creator, am created by someone else that you have to tell me about. So now I have to learn, no matter how creative I am up to this point, I would have to learn about some other creator that created me based on how you want to tell me that I was created by someone else. And then that's where you would only be telling me that because you believe that you were created by someone else. So again, projection, perception. This is how indigenous peoples got all their land stolen. So yeah, I represent the creator, God, brother, you admire the creation. The whole point is, yeah, I represent God too. Everyone represents their own imagination, and you're the only individual who cares enough about your idea of God to represent your own imagination. Congrats. Very informative. How would you recommend starting a fast? Link in bio. Link in bio. Link in bio. We got the whole website. And again, new website coming like today/tomorrow. Like, I just have to proofread it, and then it's about to be up. It goes hard. I am the Messiah. Absolutely. You are the Messiah of yourself, right? So as a Messiah, you have created a situation where you're supposed to save yourself. So as a spirit observing your body inside of these circumstances, only you can have ideas on how you want to be saved. So this is why technically no one can save you. Like, when indigenous peoples are happy here and Europeans come over like, hey, you need our Messiah. You need our idea of Jesus to be saved. It's like, no, we don't. Impossible. Saved from what? We're happy. If you're telling me that I need to be saved, that means you're telling me you think you're in danger, and you can't connect with me if you don't feel like I'm not in danger. But I'm not in danger. How could I be in danger when I'm the creator? So now you're telling me that you feel like you're not the creator, so now you're scared of whoever is creating your circumstances. And then this is where people just get scared of themselves. You know, like, people just get scared of themselves. And like, that's what hell is. You being scared of sitting alone with yourself. Saved from them. Right. So, gang. So, spirit, all right, you're observing. So that's your eye. Your eye is nothing. But if you want to see something, you have to create an imagination. So you as the observer are the eternal eye that is nothing. And to see something, you create fire. So this is why everything that you can see and everything that you really care about as light, love and light, that's all fire. That's all your imagination. That's your ego, because that's the expression of your individuality. So all of us as spirits are the most aware of our individuality. And then we're secondly aware of how we're connecting our individuality, right? So that's number one. You have an individual imagination, but if you don't want to be alone in it, then you get the number two, where you're going to say that we're all expressions of one imagination, or you're going to create a religion and find a way to communicate about how we're all one system. But that would take you actually having your own mind and making three. So this is why when science says energy can't be created or destroyed, they're so infinitely super duper lost. Like, you have to create energy to get up during the day. So that's literally more, and you have to create energy to fast. So that's literally just more lies, like more indoctrination, more, just light supremacist lies that are meant to make you believe that you did not create yourself. All energy is space vibrating at a certain frequency. So that space would not exist if it wasn't vibrating at a certain frequency. That is what magic is. So when you hear about like all magic, even Disney magic, everything vibration, magic, vibration. If you are not vibrating at your own imagination, I promise you, your imagination will not materialize into reality. You are the only individual who can vibrate at your imagination. No one else in the entire universe is going to sit here speaking like I'm speaking or saying what I'm saying, because it's impossible. They're a different spirit. They're a different imagination. So it's not possible for them to be aware of what I'm aware of, or even connect with what I'm aware of. So this is how I have my own soul, and I would have to, as a spirit, choose to connect my soul with yours. And that's only possible if I feel like communicating into the same structure that you are. So this is why we're in a simulation right now. That's a bunch of particles that are being transformed by your mind. So your mind is this whole structure of particles that only matter because of the connections your soul feels like making. Simple as that. And then this is where number stuff, I mean, I did get to 5, but now I'm like repeating myself because reps, right? We're kind of like in an esoteric gym right now. So you as a spirit observer, boom, imagination. Once you connect with your imagination, boom, soul. Once you communicate how your soul feels about your imagination, which only you can do as a spirit, you have created a mind. And effort is energy. Your mind is energy. So you have to, because it takes effort to express yourself, right? So literally effort, for sure. And I appreciate your effort. Hey, you appreciate my energy. That's a different person. Hey, I appreciate you. So, because literally we're talking about effort, energy. You appreciate my mind. So I literally have to put effort into creating my mind, right? Like you see that I have to technically put esoteric spiritual work in to combine all these ideas and all these feelings I have about my ideas to be able to communicate it through this mouth like this and communicate it into words and stuff. So that's all spiritual stuff that you can't see. So this is my 1 and 2 being internal, but you can see the result of it, which is my chi. That's the 3. That's the C. All right. Chase Clarence Calloway, 3C. Triple your chi to become Hermes thrice greatest. The whole point is you have to communicate yourself into existence. All right. So I, as Hermes, am known for building Mercury because that's how my spirit communicates itself into existence. So anytime I'm alive like this in a simulation, it's because that simulation called me away from my simulation to speak with this simulation about how we all communicate ourselves into existence. And it's like infinite details on this. So that's why like I make it as simple as possible, but I also go long and like repeat myself a lot because in this English language, we literally have to connect with the words properly. Like people's ideas like so colonized. Like, of course, I don't know all the traumas and issues that you've gone through. So I'm doing my best as like a spiritual surgeon, a spiritual analyst to dissect these words and put them back together so that it makes sense for everybody. So that's why I equate it with like elements and numbers and stuff. Like when you hear the number 1, think of fire, think of God. When you hear the number 2, think of water, think of Lucifer. When you hear the number 3, think of humans, think of air, think of the mind. When you hear the number 4, think of demons, think of earth, think of structures, right? And then once we have all that energy, we can build families. Effort is energy. I appreciate your effort. What time is your meeting? I don't have a meeting, so that's nice. Sumerian? Ever study Sumerian culture? My past life, that's me as Ningishzida and Nabu. All right, so when you go look up Sumerian culture, I built that, like as Mercury. So in that life, my name was Ningishzida and Nabu. There's like Babylonian, Sumerian. There's so much time in that time. But that was a time where I got called away from Mercury, just like I got called away now to use my communication ability to build a new system that actually helps the environment. We are in a world where we are watching the system that we have supported up to this point fall. And everyone knows that. So it's literally up to us to actually communicate and build a healthy, happy, harmonious system, which is what we were doing indigenously back in Sumer, back in Egypt. Back then, I as Tahuti spread Egypt to Mesoamerica. So that's when you can literally Google Thoth going from Egypt to go to Mesoamerica and build Teotihuacan. And now everything in the Americas is based off of what Egypt did, which is how indigenous cultures are actually connected by all the pyramids that I as Mercury built. And that's why you'll find pyramids in Mesoamerica as well as Egypt and Antarctica, which of course we can't go because the government says we can't go because they took that over. Pretty cool. Thanks for giving your time and your breath and wisdom and knowledge. Hey, devil? Who is devil spelled backwards lived? Oh, why is devil spelled backwards lived? That's a great point. And in the Grand Canyon. Pyramids everywhere, high key. All right. Well, that's a great question. I'll break that down right now just because you asked it. That's funny. Like, why is devil spelled backwards lived? Devils are demons. So it's like basically another word for demon. So when the moment you make your body's your four energy, right? So the moment you make your body, it's dying. So if you believe that you are the body that you made, you are the devil to yourself, because your body already lived. You feel me? Great question. So you as a spirit, when you create a body, it's already lived. Like you're looking at the past. Like we know that light takes time to travel to our eyes. So technically, anytime I'm looking at something, I'm looking at the past. I'm always reflecting upon the moon. Technically, I'm always looking at the past. What's happening right now isn't right now because it takes time for that light to travel to me. So by the time the light from, we can see this with astrology especially, right? That by the time the light from that star reached my eyes, that star could technically have burned out or changed positions and not be there. But because the light is taking so much time to travel, boom. So that's where we get the sense of time and everything. So lived. Right? Like the moment you make a body, you created that from your life, which means that your body's already dead. So if you're observing your dead body and you feel like it's the only thing that matters, you are a devil or you're a demon, because now you're using your spiritual energy to believe that you are the structure that you use to communicate yourself into existence. So now you're going to start getting really demonic and you're going to start being really negative, right? This is where you start to get really lost in physical reality. This is where we get people who feel like they need drugs or they need food or they need to put something in their body. That's why we fast. Right? Like my body, I know it's demonic, but I'm not going to get lost in my demon energy to where I'm constantly consuming and not knowing who I am. Like it doesn't make sense. So yeah, devil, right? Best plants to smoke. Is there any more than one? Truly appreciate your kindness today. Hey, appreciate you. There are so many more plants than one plant to smoke. It's just a shame because, yeah, we can like barely talk about them because the point of English stealing everything from indigenous peoples was that the government gets to keep everything for themselves, right? This is why you can look up and see that DMT is illegal, yet we have a whole society built off of alcoholism. America is built on alcoholism. Like America is literally built on having an unhealthy relationship with alcohol. But then they're going to make DMT illegal because they say that it doesn't have any medicinal uses, which is a complete lie. So literally they just lie. They steal the plants that they saw indigenous peoples using. So indigenous peoples are here using these plants to commune with aliens. The individuals who made it, they steal it. And then they say that the only plants that we can use are nicotine and alcohol or whatever. Silly, like insanely silly. That's hilarious. Someone just wanted to join live. If you try to join again, I will add you. All right. Whoever you were, that'll just let me know if you're like real. Cause like, I'm not trying to have some stupid, like I've been in live before where I'm talking about spiritual stuff and people just want to join the live because they want to be seen. And then they're not here to talk about like anything. And they just like want to consume attention. And they're just doing exactly what this technology is meant to do. Consume my attention. How much of my time today has been consumed by talking into a phone? And then how much of our days at this point are consumed by technology, right? People don't think about. And then how much of our days at this point are consumed by technology, right? People don't think about their days being consumed by technology, but we're paying money to let technology consume our attention. So now the people who made technology can project whatever they want to into us, right? So now I have a phone that I'm not in control of the news articles and what they broadcast on my feed. I'm not in control of when I make a post, if the algorithm's actually going to show it to you or not. And really, as you can see, the point of the algorithms is not to show me to people. These light supremacists stole everything from Hermes so that they could actually use it for themselves. So when I, as Hermes, am actually back, they're not about to be like, oh, let's make sure he's seen. No, you have to spiritually go out of your way to find me. And these algorithms make sure of it. I've been through it too much. Like I can't blow up like a normal person because the people who built these systems are using it with ideas they stole from me. So it wouldn't really be productive for their system if they blew me up. And I'm here talking about how everything that we're using to communicate was stolen from me. That's why they cut me out of the last live. That's why they blocked me out of my last 3 accounts when I didn't even do anything. Because like they just want to. They have an idea and they see who I am based on everything that I'm putting out, all the information they're gathering from my device. And now they can control how my page is shown to your page. So now you as a spiritual individual, you literally as an individual, you have to actually get in vibrational resonance with my spirit to even find me at this point. Like this technology is not organically working to connect me to anyone. Like you have to be naturally in your own hermetic soul to be ready to find me and listen to this like this. And now you can go Google Hermes, all right? You can go Google Tahuti, you can Google Mercury, Mercurius Termaximus, you can go on my YouTube, all right? You can go gain so much more wisdom that I can't share here because I get cut down too much. And I can't afford to keep wasting time having my account stolen. So rough. They want to battle challenge. Facts. Glad I found you. What do you think about sleep paralysis? Sleep paralysis is when you're stuck in your own emotions, right? So when you get paralyzed asleep, that's because your soul wants you to be stuck and to like observe something. And then that's just where, yeah, it's like big earth energy. Like you get paralyzed. Like normally you should be moving, but you're stuck. So something like whatever you're paralyzed about, that's an idea that is like so heavy in your soul, you don't feel like you can like really be at ease or whatever. So yeah, best plants to smoke. I mean, last time I even said compounds on here, I got kicked off. So honestly, watch my YouTube. All right. Like I can't even speak on here anymore, guys. Like I wish I could speak with you freely, but like I literally have to tailor my words so hard. So at least in those pre-recorded videos, like you can go on my website or go on YouTube or Instagram. I have so much stuff on my Instagram. All of that is like me being able to speak more freely because I pre-recorded them. So I can say more of what I want. Whereas here, I literally know that TikTok is watching me and they're waiting. They are waiting for any excuse to cut me off and ban me out of my account again. So I, as a black person, am trying not to give it to them. That's why black people have to work twice as hard for half the credit or whatever. And they teach us to think like that here. So let's see. It seems almost the countries around the world's economies are collapsing. I know, right? We are literally like in the end times, ego ascendo. So it's up to us. Like the economy is us. So if the economy is collapsing, that is only possible because the populations that were upholding it don't believe in it anymore. And the economy is the projection of the government telling us what we are. So anytime the government says, hey, the economy is bad, we're the economy. So when you're saying the economy is bad, you're saying we're bad. And if we don't want to believe that we're bad, we're going to create our own economy where we're good. And we're going to stop supporting you as a government for telling us that we're garbage. And this is the natural thing that we're going to have to do as humans, guys. Like straight up, because this new world order, this government, they're only here to steal from us. This technology only steals from me. I put so much wisdom on TikTok that they took down, stole, and they're using for themselves. I promise. Exactly like Hermes. Exactly like they've been doing with my wisdom for lifetimes. The point of this technology is to steal from indigenous peoples and then use it against indigenous peoples. That's all that these tech corporations and white supremacists can do. That's all they can do. Glad I found you. Facts. I had sleep paralysis a long time ago. I thought it was a demonic possession. So it's all you. So lone wolf, you as your own demon, your demon is your body. So we got to get like the words right. So when you are possessed by a demon, you're getting possessed by your body. Now, this is why they call alcohol spirits. I've been here for a while, but I care. This is why they call alcohol spirits. Because when you drink alcohol, you're getting even more lost into physical reality. And now spirits can actually possess you. So this is why like people who drink a lot start to get violent, right? And this is why like people who drink a lot, they enhance their souls. So like if I drink a lot, you're never going to see me wanting to pick a fight with people. Like I'm still going to be Mercury. I'm just going to be like really lit. You know, like even before I was called Mercury and before like I was in touch with myself from past lives and stuff, when I was getting lit in college, right? And I was like going throughout the whole normal American lifestyle, like the euphoria life, you know, where like euphoria is training people to be drug addicts at like the age of teens. But at least I didn't do drugs in college, or I didn't do drugs in high school. College was when I was like, okay, boom, I can explore. Cool. Because even back then in high school, I was in the emotional mindset of my body's still developing. I don't even want to do this until I'm old enough. That was me. See, so like that was like shit that I can be emotionally mature enough as a spirit to know how these things affect my body, to not want to destroy my own body. So like this is like, you got to be yourself, connect with yourself, intelligence. But once I start drinking, like if I'm super lit, I'm never going to get to the point of wanting to hurt people or be violent or project my imagination into someone else's space. Like I'm still only ever going to be calm, cool, and collected in how I want to communicate about what matters. Now I'll be more energetic in that, right? Like I'll have way more emotion in it because like my prefrontal cortex is subdued. So I can like express more of myself without monitoring myself, right? Like if I was drinking here, I would technically not be monitoring myself. So this is where we can see alcohol is about flow. Like alcohol lets you flow. So when you drink alcohol, the point of that liquid, it gets you in a vibration to more easily flow and connect with other individuals. And then from there, that's where it's easier to connect with people when you're drunk. And then people would rather, and that's what memories are, right? So it's easy to connect with people and you forget. For example, it's easy for me to believe that I'm Chase if I forget my past lives. So that would be the point of alcohol. Like the point of me drinking alcohol would be me forgetting who I was before, so I can care more about the experience right now. And then this experience right now is how I'm connecting with people. But then the next day, if I got too lit to make that experience possible, I'm not even going to remember that time, right? So it's like this whole thing with memory and experiences. Bet I'll watch all your vids. Yeah, I mean, kind of important. It's literally, we're going through the awakening right now. So the universe did not call me here for nothing. What are your YouTube and Instagram handles? CymaTree. CymaTree. All right. CymaTree. Everyone write it down. I'm not about to command you to write it down. That's hilarious. Everyone write it down. This is not school. All right. We're naturally in school, but this is not school. Okay. So if you care enough to write it down, CymaTree. I got hella podcasts. We got so much content. I have so much content. This is what I'm here doing. All right. So CymaTree, CymaTree, is me bringing Mercury to Earth. So everything you're going to see me do with CymaTree is built upon my past lives. Now, again, I'm not expressing myself through those past lives because that's not the point of being new and being lighter. All my past lives are too heavy for me to express myself through them now. You can't perceive me. You can't perceive my imagination. You can't really connect with me on my past lives because that's too heavy. I have to connect with you as Chase Clarence Calloway, make a new thing as CymaTree. And then if you care about that, I can share with you the subconscious of where that's coming from. And now you can be like, whoa, wait, is he Mercury? And then boom, now you can Google me and see that, yeah, I am me. So cool. Censorship is rampant. Where do you draw the line? Ego Ascendo, it's like, because I can kind of talk about history, but I already got kicked off the other live stream. And I'm basically, what I'm learning is that it's literally up to this algorithm. It's up to the app. It's literally like they can kick me off and say that I violated community guidelines at any time. So like every time I hop up here to talk to it, I'm doing it at my own risk. Like anytime I make a post, I'm doing it at my own risk. Like I'm paying money to connect through technology that is working to actually censor and steal everything from me. And I'm only connecting with you through this technology because this is how you connect. Like all humans in this realm are trapped in the matrix that is virtual reality, aka the internet. And the metaverse is going to make this even harder, right? They want to start bringing holograms into physical reality. They want to start having us wear glasses that constantly analyze our environment so that the internet has all the information about your home. And they can sell you anything that they want. And they can control you any way that they want. Like that's like the whole point. It's pretty messed up. But this technology. So it's like, this is all at my own expense. Like literally me being in a body right now is a business trip. Okay. So I'm here to communicate with this reality. Otherwise, I have no point in being here. I'm way happier in my simulation. I'm way happier with my family in other places, right? I'm not here to be happy. I'm here to help. That's Virgo stuff. All right. Now I'm helping with happiness. That's why you can see me up here being smiling and laughing and still being light about all the darkest topics, because that's what we do on Mercury. We make dark things light. And that's why you can look me up as Thoth and see that Thoth is the Ibis head. He brings darkness to light. Literally, they have no better way to describe me, because that's what I do as a spirit. All right. So wisdom is darkness. Knowledge is light. And as a bird, as Tahuti, I have a bird head because I'm using my communication ability to fly down into a reality and talk to you about how everything is connected. By what? You. Everything you can possibly ever experience is connected by you. You can't run away from yourself. What's the mountain range behind you? I will watch my questions on here. Yeah, that's a great question. It's a made up mountain range, I guess. Artistic mountain range. Mountains. That's an awful shame on Tick. Yeah. Boo them. For years, they've been doing the same thing for ages, stealing and possession. That's all they can do. Ever drank till you blacked out? Man, I have. And it's funny because synchronistically, I did it with the girl that I'm roommates with right now. And I had to learn that she's from past lives. So look up Thoth and Sashat. I'm literally living with Sashat. So shit's pretty cool. And I met her in college. So that's like how our spirits linked us up first there. And she was like the first girl that I felt comfortable with, because I was dealing with so many girls like coming after me and harassing me. And she was like one of the only girls I was like cool enough to like not project sexual desire onto me. So that's where I felt comfortable getting lit with her, because I knew like so many girls try to take advantage of me. It's not even funny. And she was like one of the girls who didn't. So I felt comfortable getting lit with her. I remember blacking out. We drank a whole thing of Svedka. Like, alcohol is so nasty. I so much prefer to. And you can just forever, no calories with, there's no poisons going into your intestines with, you can't die from, but you can die from glug, glug, glug. Like you can literally take 3 shots and hypothetically die. Like it's actually poison. How are we in a world where these governments actually actively sell us poison and then they make DMT, which is literal plant medicine, illegal? It's so backwards. So it takes us guys, it takes us communicating, it takes me being up here projecting and you absorbing my projections and talking to yourself about this and then commenting for us to literally get our consciousness up. All right. So we're raising our consciousness. So yeah, drinking till I blacked out. I've done that a few times after that too. And I've drunk too where like I didn't black out like pass out. Right. But I blacked out to where I kept living. Right. Like, you know, where like you keep doing stuff throughout the night. And then when you wake up the next day, you're like, holy shit, I don't remember what I was doing, but I know I was doing it. And now your friends have to text you like, bro, you were doing this. And you're like, damn. See, that's the power of your soul. See, like your soul is so chaotic that as a spirit, you can use your ego to create a situation where you express more of your soul than you even want to remember. So now you can use alcohol to get so lit that you connect with other people in ways that you don't even want to remember the next night. And then that's when people like hook up, right? Or they let people use their bodies for whatever. And again, I can't resonate with girls like that. So I learned a lot about myself in college. Yeah, I've drunk till I blacked out. People who drink a lot are super nice. That's not true all the time. And of course, you can never say anything for everybody. So I've met people who drink a lot who are super nice. I met people who drink a lot who are super mean. And I can promise you the spectrum leans more on mean. Like, yeah, you're going to meet people who are nice when they drink. Yes. That's what we're talking about here, right? Like when you drink, you have to become more of yourself. So if I get super drunk, I'm literally just going to care about you more. Like literally, like I can remember so many times where I got drunk, and instead of spending the time at a party, like actually dancing or partying, I was spending time talking with someone about their problems and playing a therapist. And this is, again, me learning about myself as Chase. Before I was Hermes or any of this fasting stuff and psychedelic stuff, when I'm in college, I was just like, naturally, like I felt more comfortable doing something that mattered. And it was like some weird thing where I'm like, when I'm at a party, I could like just get connected to the people who had things going on that they needed to talk about. And I was able to create the atmosphere with my mind to allow them to talk about it in a way that was actually productive and helpful in a party environment. So now like people are like right here, like just like getting super lit, right? And I was right there in that crowd. But if I see someone being sad, I can literally like split apart, and I'm on a mission from Mercury, right? I'm like, let me see what's up with this spirit. Sit right next to them like, yo, how are you doing today? Like, what is the first emotion that's on your mind? And normally people will say, like, when I come up to them and they're lit, especially, no one wants to lie when they're on alcohol. Like, the whole point of being alive is that you want to be understood, right? So like when you drink, it's technically harder to lie because your emotions are the truth. Right? Like right here, like everything you're seeing from me communicate, like my emotions are my truth. This is how I build my body. So anytime someone has emotions, that's their truth. And it's not cool to invalidate that at all. Like I'm trying to go up and learn about your truth. How do you feel about your space? Talk to me about that. I'll learn more about my space anyway. And then this is where, boom, now you can process. And then that's where, yeah, I would do that a lot at parties in college. And that was a really fun time. I really love that. I really love being super duper lit and connecting with people on shit that matters. That is really fun. But people who drink a lot are generally not super nice. If you drink a lot, that means that you're running away from feeling whatever you want to feel when you're sober. It's that simple, right? So like, you're like, I can only feel good when I'm poisoning my body. That's an alcoholic. Like, that's a problem. Thank you to whoever say Jupi CymaTree, CymaTree. What's in the Kitab al-Azif? What's in the Kitab al-Azif? I do not even know that word. I can look it up and then see what my spirit hits me with. Like, but like those letters don't mean too much to me right now. Let me see. Oh, cool. The Book of the Dead. Okay. So it's a book on necromancy? Yeah, the Necromnion. Now I'm thinking about Skyrim. Skyrim stole everything from Hermeticism. I love Skyrim so much. I love that game so much. That's all Odin time. That's all Hermes time. All that. That's all Greek and Viking mixed together into like indigenous magic, right? That's why like Skyrim is like all indigenous magic, but it looks like Greek and Roman and Viking stuff, ultimately. I'm about to read this real quick. What is it? The Necromnion, also referred to as the Book of the Dead, or under purported original Arabic title, the Kitab al-Azif, the fictional grimoire appearing in stories by the horror writer H.P. Lovecraft. Okay, so it's made by an artist. So it's a collection of stories about death and that. Cool. I don't feel like reading all that. You can comment more about it if you have a point that you want to make about it. But I just Googled what's in it because I didn't write it. So if you ask me what's in the Emerald Tablets, as the author of that, I can tell you. But if you're going to ask me about something I didn't write, I'm going to hop on Google and read to you what someone else said, because that's why we're all communicating right now. So that's an intellectual property of H.P. Lovecraft. Sound about right. More facts. Real world. Tax write-off, sir. Business. I'm saying though, for real. Like for real though. And that's, that's how the whole legal system built itself, right? Like that's not even like, it's a joke, but jokes only matter because of the truth. So tax write-off, for me to say my entire life is a business trip is literally what the legal system does. Like, this is how rich people evade taxes, right? This is how rich people make billions of dollars, but they never have to give back to the government that made it possible, because they're saying that their life is a business trip on a spiritual level. And because they're in that perspective, they don't pay taxes. You feel me? Yeah, we're on that level as Mercury, all right? Just, it's literally poison. Alcohol is literally poison. I demand everyone to deep breath in and out. I demand you to spell breathe right before you tell people what to say. So you can type that again. It's just so funny to me when people mean to say breathe and they say breath. It's just hilarious because I had to read it as I demand everyone to deep breath in and out, but then subconsciously I correct it to breathe so it makes sense to my spirit, and then I can make a joke about it, and here we are talking, right? Yeah, that's what I mean too, lol. Okay, have you heard about how the metaphor of the cross is existing in reality and time and illusion? Have you heard about how the metaphor of the cross is existing in reality and time and illusion? While when you expand your consciousness creates that cross. That is like horizontally is the existence in time and illusion, but the verticality is the expansion of consciousness. We as humans all carry this cross. The cross is stolen from Egypt. So everything that we see with the cross comes from the Ankh. Like when you look at Egypt and you see the cross, but it has a loop at the top, Europeans just took the Ankh and cut the loop off the top, right? So they grabbed it. They're like, okay, we got the cross, but it has a loop. We're going to cut that loop off. What was the point of that loop? So the point of that loop at the top of the Ankh is the vibration. That's literally your soul that makes your body matter. Your cross itself is your body. So right now I'm crucifying myself on this body so I can talk to you. So I've sacrificed my individuality so that I can nail my mind on this tree, right? So technically this body's a tree. That's why I'm CymaTree. So I'm hanging myself on this body. And that's what allows me to actually connect with you. So that's like the real religious spiritual meaning of the cross. Like, yeah, like you as an individual create your body as your first cross so you can hang yourself on something. And now that you're hanging yourself on something, you can hang out with others. Do you see that? Like we have no better words. We have no better words. No better words in this. No better words in this. No better words. That's what it means. You're hanging yourself on a cross so you can hang out with other people who are also on the cross. So now like walking in this body is like we're all just sacrificing our individuality so we can hang out as a collective. But then the point of us hanging out as a collective is that we're using our cross to express our individuality. So now we have air, right? Your fire can't exist without water. So I as an individual don't exist if I'm not in a collective. Or else, exactly, I don't exist. So that's, again, our point here of knowing that your cross is your body. That Ankh at the top of the cross that was originally there is supposed to be representative of how your vibration makes your body matter. But the cross has been commandeered, and now we know it in Christianity as the body that Jesus was crucified on so we can worship the people who killed him. So now we're supposed to support the whole system that killed Jesus because he chose to die for us. And then that's how the system is causing climate change and taking over the whole planet and then building the matrix out of enslaving us. So yeah, like your consciousness creates your cross, right? So I as a consciousness am hanging on my cross, which is my body. So clearly, over this whole lifetime, right, my body grows. Hell, if I go to the gym and go work out, I'll technically grow some muscle. And so that's me as a consciousness using my cross to expand, exactly like you're saying. So horizontally, it's the existence of time and illusion. The verticality is the expansion of consciousness. We as humans all carry this cross. So it's like your spine, right? Like you have to express yourself into something. It's kind of that simple. So it's like you're sacrificing your individuality so you can hang your mind onto a particle, and now your mind can animate that particle to actually matter with other particles. So this body and everything I'm saying only matters to you because of your own individual experiences and all that. Damn, dude, we definitely on the same wavelength. That's definitely how I found you. Absolutely. I love you. Hey, I love you too. All right. We got to have more love in this world, but real love. All right. Genuine love, not people who hate themselves. So they say they love someone else. But if you hate yourself, you can't love someone else. All you're doing is eating them. That's what I dealt with girls. That's why like I had to be hermetic. Hermeticism is about not having sex with other people. Hermeticism is about having sex with yourself because other people want to consume you. Like, and women deal with this way more than men. I'm a feminine guy. So I've dealt with a lot of like the weird, like sexual subconscious issues that women generally deal with. I mean, things would have been so different if I was a girl and I had cults of men chasing me. Like, people would have taken it more seriously and people would have protected me and it would have actually been taken seriously. But because I was a guy being harassed by women, no one took it seriously. No one takes it seriously because people assume that all men want to have sex with something outside themselves. So I, as Hermes, I'm just making the point that no, that's not spiritual. All right. It's not spiritual. It's stressful in here. Who's letting a troll eat? Nordic. Sumerian times. Yeah, Sumerians were 100. Why are you angry? Not as an attack, just genuinely. Oh, I didn't even, I guess I'm angry because people are actively supporting causing climate change and genocide while acting like they're not. So if you ever detect anger in me, it's because I'm addressing the energy of how humans in this realm are supporting genocide while acting like they're of love and light. And that's like all the spiritual community on the internet is. Like, people who support genocide, but they do it while acting like they love other people. So we're getting rid of that. That book is made of ancient scrolls. So the Necromnion, it could not be written by H.P. Lovecraft if it's ancient scrolls. So what, did he like steal it? Did he am I looking at the wrong thing? Like, this is what comes up, the Kitab al-Azif. And then even on Wikipedia, it just like the specific page for Kitab comes up as Necromnion. So I just have to go look at that again. Man. So I'm wondering if like, yeah, I guess put more comments about what the Kitab al-Azif is, because now I'm wondering if it's something that was colonized. Kind of like the Emerald Tablets, where the modern person who like gets money in English, they get to label it what they want and push a story. But before English, indigenous wise, it literally was like some actual magical necromancy stuff, right? Like actual like magic, like about death and everything. But then English writers would take that text, take these labels, and then turn it into something that they can sell on Amazon, right? Or sell it on the internet as we have it today in English. That's the only other thing that I could think of why this book is relevant or matters at all. All things are tools. Can I say alcohol, smoke, food, anything and everything are tools, potential. I mean, your body's a tool. So the moment you create something, that thing is a thing that you're using to express yourself. But now the question is, who are you? So yeah, I mean, you're using your body as a tool to express yourself, but like, who are you? Like, you gotta ask that question. Oh, that's it? This is the earliest civilization. Best food to break a fast with? Vegetables. Kitab al-Azif means the sound of nocturnal insects. Yeah, well, you commented. All right, so you got it. That's not what Google's telling me. So now let me type that in. Because, of course, when we're living in the internet age and everyone just has to hop onto Google to find out something, that's where whoever owns Google gets to control everything we learn about, right? Pretty fun, this library. Yeah, even typing that in, Kitab al-Azif, the sound of nocturnal insects, is still just like not even coming up. So I'll do more research into this book. Because H.P. Lovecraft isn't Arabic. Like, yeah, like it's older than H.P. Lovecraft. Like, he's using it for his thing, whatever that is. But yeah, like it's like, and that literally would go back to Sumerian times, because I mean, Arabia is just like more modern day Sumeria. So yeah, I'd have to look more into this actual artifact. Lovecraft thought to be the sound of buzzing insects. Yeah, funny. I want to help. Gang. Okay. I'm about to get into the number thing, and then I'm about to hop off here. That's hilarious because I keep getting into the number thing, but I want to make it as basic as possible. And then you can go to the website, you can go to my YouTube page, you can get reps, and you can watch the videos there. And then this, like, life just makes way more sense. So every number means something. All right. When you as a spirit become aware of your circumstances, that's you as an individual being aware that you have zero. So that's you having nothing. So all of our zeros are separate from each other because we all have separate circumstances. The moment you want to express yourself into those circumstances, that's you having an imagination. Now you have an awareness, you have fire, boom, it spreads into your circumstance. And now your imagination is contained by your circumstances. So you can't see my imagination because it's contained in my circumstances. You can't see my idea of God. You can't see my God because it's contained in my circumstances. I, as God, have to choose to step out of my circumstances to connect with you. That's where I sit in a Merkaba. We'll get there. That's Jewish stuff. That's me as Metatron talking to them about the Merkaba. So you as God have your imagination, and once you connect with it, you create a soul, and that soul allows you to sit inside of yourself. Once you feel like, and that sitting, right, is supporting yourself. So think about how your emotions, this is the play of masculine and feminine. Women are supposed to support men because you as a spirit are supposed to have emotions that support your ideas, because ultimately all of your emotions are created by the idea of you expressing yourself. So because you feel like expressing yourself, you have all the emotions that make that possible. And that's where your emotions are your woman, your idea is your man. And it's important for you as a spirit to use your emotions to support your individuality, your expression. So now you can use your water to make your fire real. Otherwise, whatever you're imagining, whatever your fire is, it's going to stay imaginary. It's never going to matter. It's never going to become anything. And you're going to live a sad life. Because the whole point of you living this life was to express your imagination and be seen for who you are, right? But you can't even be seen for who you are if you don't express it through a body where you're making compromises, right? So here I am in a human body where I'm making the compromise of looking like this so I can express to you who I really am. And now it's up to you whether you want to be lost in how I look or if you want to listen to the vibration that actually makes my body matter in the first place. Right? But either way, it's vibration. So you either feel like connecting with me in a way that keeps you comfortable, or you feel like connecting with me in the way that I'm expressing myself. But most people aren't comfortable with how I express myself, right? I mean, that's indigenous stuff right there. Like Europeans are not comfortable with indigenous peoples being individuals. That's why Europeans are going to tell me that they created me. No matter how much I speak, no matter how much I talk about my past lives and even building the system they're in, I have to be wise enough to know that they're in their ego and they're attached to a system that validates their ego. So their ego is just going to consume me. Their idea of God is just going to consume me. When they tell me that I'm not an individual, I know they're in their ego because I have to be an individual to even hear them say that. I can't not be my own individual God and create the circumstances where I can hear someone else tell me that they're God. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Nah. Nah. So, man, this is why it's important to have your own mind. So your mind is created from your individuality and your soul combining. That's why only you can communicate how you see life. Because ultimately, your spirit is your perspective. If I were to put words on it, right? Like that's what I'm here doing as Hermes. We can look me up on the God of communication words. This is just naturally how I act. I don't care about that God shit. I really want you to know I don't care about that God shit. I want you to know that you're a God. If you're going to call me a God, you better call yourself a God in the same fucking breath. I really do mean, like, you better take actual acknowledgement that you are creating and expressing your imagination, which is why you can perceive mine. And that's the only way that you can perceive mine. Are you on the breatharian path as well? That's the only way I could fast for as long as I do. So that's in the course. All right, that's in our courses. All right, we got that. All Is Saying Academy. All right, link in my bio. I go really hard on sharing with you how I fast. I went too hard on my first account. I got 20,000 followers and then it got deleted. And I've never been able to find those people again. But the point is they found me, right? So who knows, whatever, vibrational things. I'm not this account. I know I'm not TikTok. Like, I'm creating a body inside of an atmosphere. So when that atmosphere cuts me off and chokes me from my body and they say that I can't express myself anymore, It's not like I am that social media. Like this is a spiritual thing. Like, just like, you're not your social media post, you have to know that you're not your body. Like, you're creating both of these things by making connections. So both my social media posts, just like my body, just like this video, is all an expression of my soul, how my spirit connects internally, and how I communicate that through my Merkaba, through my mind. And that's, again, the Merkaba. Me as Metatron, as Mercury, being called away to teach Jewish people about what the Merkaba is. That's why you can Google the Merkaba and see it's all Metatron. But no one will be able to even come close, anywhere close, to explaining what it actually is, because they didn't make it up. They're reacting to me making it up. And that's why we have our website, where I actually clarify everything in English. So, let's see here. Y'all are saying y'all are woke. Organize our organs law. Absolutely. Literally, think about this. Like, all particles have to organize to become an organization. So literally, your body is a bunch of particles that your soul is connecting. It's organizing it into different ideas so you can communicate yourself into existence. So my soul is like, okay, the heart belongs here. The brain belongs here. Liver here, spleen here, bones here, and then everything has a place so everything can communicate consistently. And then, yeah, organs are organized because as organisms, we want to orgasm into existence. That's all in Dissect the Dialect. Orgasms are everything. This is why sex is everything. Everyone is chasing the orgasm. Everyone is chasing pleasure. Everyone is chasing the O. This is why with Hermeticism, you got to know that you are your own pleasure. Like, you're creating pleasure. You are not anything. You are the observer of everything you create. So you create pleasure. And if you can pleasure yourself, then you don't need to consume the attention of other people. This is esoteric sex, what I'm talking about. When you can be happy alone with yourself, you will create art that allows you to have sex with the people you want to have sex with. Like, this is how I have connected with the women that I want to connect with in my life. Not because I'm going out of my way to talk to them, but because I stay in, I get hermetic, I go hermit mode, I work on myself, and then I build up a body that's attractive to women. I build up costumes. Like, when you look at all my Spider-Man costumes and Black Panther costumes, you can Google the Ultimate Chaser. That's my costume identity. Like, that's like, I made so many costumes in this lifetime, where like that was like all resulting in what came up now, and like me getting connected to people and whatever. So like that was only possible because I was naturally expressing myself. I wasn't going out of my way to connect with people. I was naturally connecting with people based on how I connect with myself. So this is the vibration versus projection. Like, people who project go out of their way to consume the attention of other people. People who reflect consume their own attention. Here's what I'm doing. Look, I'm alone. You feel me? Like, you're here, but you're watching me be alone. So this is literally, you're watching me consume my own attention, and we're seeing what comes out of this. No one else in the world would communicate with themselves the same way I am when they sit alone with themselves. And that's just proof that we're all different spirits. Fellow God here. We should do a double live or Zoom, because I know a lot of deep breatharians. I'm grateful for us. Yes, we should. And actually, the spiritual shepherd, we're about to start fasting on Monday. Not tomorrow, next Monday. So if we start, like, just know, like, if we're fasting collectively, like as a CymaTree and everything, like, our vibrations only get higher when we're fasting together. This is the power of life is created together. So this is why, like, your idea of your life is you alone, but your idea of life is not possible if you don't connect with others. So that's the point of, like, why we all, as water, the universe is water-based, but as a water-based universe, we're expressing our fire. And then that materializes as air being channeled through earth. So it's all elemental. So now if some particle plays out more in fire, we call that fire. But it's representative of what we're all doing to create life right now and just make ourselves matter. So, yeah. And especially, I mean, what if you're a super breatharian? I mean, yeah, we're going to be fasting. That's, yeah. Tell your breatharian friends. Anyone who would rather breathe, get them connected to CymaTree. All right. We're all about air here. All right. We're all about the mind. All right. Hermetica, hermit mode. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hermit mode is on pretty much 24/7. I'm saying, bro, like, It's the best thing to be in the world, a hermit. All right. That's what Mercury is. See, like everything can only make sense. All right. Welcome to the CymaTree. Like I, as a spirit of Mercury, can only, like, all I can do is make sense out of my own creations. And because this world that we're in is built on stealing things from me, I can make way more sense about the world we're in. You feel me? And it's not even a thing to me. Like technically, I have bodies doing this in like 100 other simulations right now. And all of these bodies across the universe are all connected by one vibration. So the same vibration that's beating my heart right now would be beating my heart in a different simulation. But they're all an expression of one space. So the point of Mercury is me stabilizing how my space connects with the whole universe, connects with everyone, by being able to refer back to my simulation and be like, hey, I make sense. You know, like I use Hermeticism to build my own world, and then I get called away from my world to talk to you about how you build your own world. And now this new world order is here in this world because they're using what I previously shared to take over everything. So yeah, hermit mode, 24/7. Hermit mode is you knowing that your space can't be touched. So technically, even when I'm like in a convention of like 10,000 people, right, in my Spider-Man costume, talking to hella people, I may be lit, I may be partying, my spirit is still in hermit mode. My spirit is still separate from everything that's happening, and my spirit is observing what's happening from my simulation of Mercury. So this is why I can separate my mind from my body and go back to my simulation, and no one else can, because it's an expression of my vibration. And the only way you can get connected to me, honestly, is through Atlantis. You have to like literally get connected to me through Anubis. And then that's how Atlantis and Mercury work together to facilitate connections throughout the universe. So Atlantis is the water, right? We know Atlantis is water. Anubis built Atlantis. That's the connections. Hermes built Mercury. That's the communication. So that's the air. And then everything is the body that results out of that. And in general, these bodies are expressions of Anubis's individual imagination, how he wants to connect, and my individual imagination, how I want to communicate. And then we're in resonance and we love each other and we're twin flames. And I need my dog. You know, and it's funny, like obviously spiritually, like the moment I say that, I'm like, I don't need anybody. But it's fun to feel like you need people. This is where us as spirits, we create victim energy. Like victim energy is needing. So it's fun to feel like a victim, right? So here I am living a Black experience. I'm a victim of white people. Boo hoo. I'm a victim of racism. Boo hoo. People project their insecurities onto me and say I'm stealing from a land that was stolen from me. Boo hoo. I, as a spirit, specifically chose to enter into a reality where I knew being Black was going to be hard because my soul can take it. So this is why Black people are so soulful in general. And in general, it's important to know that you are creating your circumstances. And when people say God will never give you too much to handle, yeah, you will never give yourself too much to handle. If you can't handle yourself, how is anyone else? You're never too much for yourself to handle. You just have to love yourself. So let's see here. Ye collectively. I definitely will. How long we going, brother? Bro, we're going. We're just gonna go. You know, like we're just fasting. And honestly, like my goal is 33 days. I don't even want to say it. In fact, forget I said that. I'm just saying, for real though. Like my goal is straight, like I did 24 days and I really want to do 33 days. And that's where I'm not going to say you need to do 33 days or anything. That's why everyone just like, and really what I found through fasting is that the moment I say what I'm going to do, it becomes harder. So this is why like fasting is really about the flow too. Like have the intention of going for 33 days. I'm talking to myself right now as Chase. Have the intention for going 33 days, right? And ride that vibration. But don't like hold on to that like you have to. Because like that's where the fire becomes earth. And now it's not a light thought that you're connecting to. It's something that's blocking you from actually doing it. So if I like really put my energy into like 33 days, I need to do 33 days. That's earth. That's not actually going to allow me to vibrate in the way that I can successfully do it. So it's this weird, this CymaTree balance. All right. CymaTree balance. of knowing what you want to do, but not letting that stop you. You feel me? Because you can very easily let what you want to do stop you from doing it. I'm a 24 hermit opportunity. Speaking facts, but he ain't a machine. Yee. 33. Enki created Atlantis. All right. I don't know who said that, but I mean, he definitely played a role. Whatever. Anubis created Atlantis. All right. And it's even just like no coincidence that both their names like start with A, like that. So anyone who helped Anubis create Atlantis to express his imagination, that's cool. Like I helped create Atlantis. Like, yeah, like cool. Like other spirits helped create Atlantis. I've been to Atlantis a few times in this lifetime. Like obviously a lot before, but in this lifetime, I can tell you that Atlantis is literally spirits creating connections. It's that simple. So when all these spirits are just in a big body of water making connections, that's the ultimate magic. When you know that you create connections. So then that's Atlantis. That's the concept of Atlantis overall. And that's why it's metaphysical. So it's not a structured real place in a simulation. It's like Mercury, where people had to get called away from Atlantis to make Atlantis real into a simulation like this. So now simulations like this can have all their mythology on what Atlantis is, but you'll never see it physically because it's actually a spiritual realm. It's a spiritual reality that gets called into physical reality so that it can build based on where that physical reality is. It becomes ego, I see, going with the flow. I just eat when I feel it, then later notice I fasted for 7 days. I like that. Who are you? Blaze Aleph. I'm glad you found me. That's the energy I like. All right, that's the energy I like. That's the energy I like. You know, people who are like, I eat when I feel like it, and then I realize I didn't eat at all. Like, that sounds like you're so fulfilled in your feelings that you don't need to consume stuff outside of yourself to feel something else. And I like that. All right. Like, I love that. It sounds like you're on the road to loving yourself. You know, like you love yourself already. You love yourself. People who fast love themselves. You feel me? This is why Jesus fasted 40 days in the desert. It didn't make sense for me to keep living as chase and not fast if I'm going to love myself. It makes no sense. I'm Atlantean, Atlantern, a lantern, and Arcturian. All right. You're Atlantean, Atlantern. So you as an Atlantean, you resonate with Atlantern, a lantern, because you're about shining your light. But your light could only be created from connecting with yourself. And that's everything we're talking about here. How we create light and how that light bends in to become a matter form like this that we can actually manipulate. So yeah, I mean, for sure. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to all of y'all. What? I'm Atlantean, a lantern. Yeah, shine your light. And Arcturian. The APSU. Research APSU, bro. APSU. What do the overlords at Google want me to see about APSU when I type it into this first page? Austin PA State University, because immediately when you say that, it sounds like a college. You might want to like actually write it out. Yeah, I don't like APSU. Like literally, is a college. Like, and it sounded like a college. So you're gonna have to say what APSU is. Do I say the APSU? Let me type. APSU God came up. Is that who we're talking about here? A creator who is APSU God. Oh, another name for Enki. Right. And that's so funny. Enki gets credit for Emerald Tablet stuff. Abzu. Different names. Bro, is this just... There's so many different names for these Sumerian gods because it's basically like Abzu and Enki are one entity. But then if I look up Enki and Ningishzida, Are they going to be different? No. So I'm inky. What? And that's why, like, see, like, it takes like that kind of communication shit of like me being here in English where I'm like, wait, hold up, different names. Well, I know I'm Ningishzida. Let me go on to fucking Wikipedia, Ningishzida, other names, Enki. That's why you're talking about him to me right now, because you're just talking about me with myself. And I get, yeah, right. And right, Ningishzida can be explained as Lord of the Good Tree. That's CymaTree. All right. So even Odin, when I'm Odin, the whole point is that I create simulations from trees. So the center of Odin's universe is a tree. The center of Enki's Sumerian universe is a tree. The center of my CymaTree universe is a tree. Like it's trees create the atmosphere that make life possible. And so like, I'm never going to not communicate about that as a god, you know, because that's the point. The point of me existing is that I am myself a plant. You feel me? Like I have to alchemize myself into existence, and I'm going to recognize and appreciate everything that allowed me to do that. So yeah. And then of course, here we have Ningishzida. I'm not even going to get into, like, we already know I'm Ningishzida, but yeah, I just had to make sure that the internet is saying that Ningishzida and Enki are the same spirit. And see, this is the whole point of like not getting lost in the past. I care way more about being CymaTree. Like I care way more about being like the full expression of my imagination. But then it's like the spirit brings me into connections and circumstances where it's like, hey, but don't run from yourself. Look who you were before. And now I'm like, okay, I can make my imagination make more sense based on how I connected it before. Okay, I got it. Like, I don't care about those names and stuff, but other people do, which means they care about my past. And I care about my past. So if you want to relate with me about my past, I'm more than happy. That means we're a subconscious community then, like, right? Like, versus a conscious community, right? Where you just want to relate with me about a TV show, or you want to relate with me about a food that we're eating, or you want to relate with me about something in physical reality, some movie, right? But yeah, literally, man, yeah, Ningishzida, Thoth, and Enki. Like the internet knows. It's so weird. Like there's so much information on the internet, and it's like it's all up to you to know what to look up. You know, like that's why we're in the information age, and like everyone in their ego can feel like they're right, because they just look up what validates their imagination, get connected to ideas that make them feel secure, and then they're like, all right, I'm good here. And then they build a website on that or whatever. That's funny. That's really funny. Ningishzida, Enki, and then we have, yeah, the whole family thing. And see, this is like, and see, that's why I say I'm Ningishzida. That's why I say I'm not Enki. The same way I found something saying that Ningishzida and Enki are the same, I'm also finding things saying that Enki is actually the father of Ningishzida. So now I as a spirit have to be here like, okay, so I fathered myself? Or is this literally just people getting lost in translation? And now I look stupid for saying that I am this past thing. That's why I'm CymaTree. You feel me? That's why, like, when people like control the information on the internet, like that's why there's no point in identifying with the past. The past is done. The past is already like controlled. The past is already connected upon by others. The past has too much weight. So just express a new version of yourself. And if you're truly who you are, then that's going to build upon what you've done before, and you'll learn about your past lives anyway. So yeah, APSU, that led me to this, right? Researching APSU. Yeah, a bunch of stuff about Thoth, Enki, and Ningishzida. I do love myself. Know the god. Right. Yeah, so here we are. Enki, Abzu, the god. Ankh, I am. Enki, Elil, and Mamu is how I know them. So many ascended masters on Earth school with us. I just want to relate spirituality these days. Now, absolutely. Abzu, Apsu, father of Namu, the mother, Anu, the child. Namu is the grandma and the mother. Yeah, Mesoamerican families get insanely deep. And especially, here's the witchcraft that you're not seeing when we're dealing with the words. The same spirit that was a grandfather can come in as the child of their granddaughter. So let's say I as a spirit am expressing myself here, right? Like I'm an individual space, okay? So I connect with another individual space, that's a woman, and we create a child. Now we have 3 individual spirits creating our family. And now my child goes and they have a child. So now I'm not just a father, I'm a grandfather, right? So now my child's child, they've extended the family. I'm about to die. If my family wants my spirit to come back into this realm, they can literally do some vibrational magic to make sure that my soul, once my soul passes on from my grandfather body, that my grandchild, once they have my great grandchild, I can come into my own great grandchild and be great myself. And so now it's like literally like, this is how like spiritual families, like they'll look like many names and many terms, but it will very well be the same spirit cycling through a certain water cycle, cycling through a certain system that they set up for themselves to stabilize their own space. That simple. So then that's where we get like every different religion being backed by different families. And then different families have all these names, but technically you can look at 3 names from one family and you would think they're 3 different individuals. But if you were actually in the family, you would know that's all expression of your grandfather. You feel like it, like families are deep, right? So like this is like what soul group is. Like you got to know your own family, right? So other people, when they see your family, they're like, look at all these individuals. But you being in your family can be like, oh, well, I know that my grandfather came back into a great grandchild body because that's why we did the ritual. So we could bring him back into our family and keep interacting in physical reality, versus what would happen if the family didn't do that. I would go off and travel on and go to other spaces and do other things. So it's literally about, if my family wants to keep relating with me, they can get me to come back and I'll be called a different name. But then if I want to be understood, that's where the story is going to show the record that these expressions or these names are all expressions or connected by one space. We try to translate via perception of mother, father, child, but many other relationships available. I'm saying the first relationship you're ever going to have with something is being the creator of that thing. And then all you created was a father. But then that father can't exist without a mother to be projected into. But then that's where that is going to result as a child. So it's like, it's all simultaneous. Like it's, then from there, we can use our father energy, our mother energy, and our child energy to create all these different ideas of details on what it means to create life. But it's always stemming from the fire being the man, the water being the woman, and the air being the child. And then that settles into something that we can stand on, which we call Earth. Don't know why I would ever say that, but I have. Just type it in to find out. I don't know what you're talking about, Eric. Let me see. Oh, nope. I don't know what you're talking about. The more I hear, the more I know I don't know shit. That's a great place to be, though. Like, that's no ego place. Like, that's no ego place. That's you in your pure soul. So you're in your connection with your spirit. So when you know that you don't know shit, I don't know shit. Of course I know a lot, but I don't feel like I know a lot despite everything that I've done, because that's not how my intelligence works. The moment I feel like I'm smart, the moment I feel like I'm smarter than everyone, especially, like, I'm going to be the stupidest person. All right. So it takes that kind of energy of like, I don't know shit, to know that you know shit. And it's like this weird forever paradox of like, man, I don't know shit. All I know is who I am. That's the only shit you need to know. And now like the universe, everything is just like working for you. And then you're going to learn about shit that connects with your shit. Right. So now you can learn about things that are connected with you. And it's only relevant because it's connected with you. Like the only reason Christianity is relevant to me is because they consume indigenous lands that I was born in. So now I'm forced to learn about this system that stole all of these things from me, because it wants to connect with me. I'm not going to remember that. Good genetics, why they all look the same. Anu, father of Enlil and Enki. Anu, father of Enlil and Enki, the divine triad. That's very nice. And then that's where Anubis. All right, so that's very well. That's my soul group. That's us using names and like getting up to the point, like here I am, Chase Calloway as CymaTree. But I'm Tahuti, Trismegistus. I'm Hermes, Trismegistus. I'm Mercurius, Tur Maximus. Like, I'm still my soul, but of course the point is what labels are relevant. But then that's where, like, for example, the same spirit that was my dog in this lifetime, right? Like Anubis was my dog in this life for relatability purposes. In another life, he could have been my father. And then that's how we build complex relationships with individuals, by living different lifetimes with them. So if, like, I as a spirit live a lifetime where my dog is my dog, that's one kind of experience that I have with that spirit. It's totally different for me to live another lifetime where my dog is actually my father. And it's the same spirit. So communication, all right, that's the air. It's our minds, it's our atmospheres that make all particles possible. And had the original soul contract with the Galactic Federation. Yeah, I mean, powerful. Okay. So you're saying Anu had the original soul contract with the Galactic Federation. Whoa. I really hope not, because they're horrible. The Galactic Federation is the same thing as the Illuminati. Like, I'm living here in LA right now. All right. So I'm like in the snake pit of Hollywood and everything that they do behind closed doors and whatever. So Anu in general, the word Anu is, I mean, it's right there. It's new. It's a new. So think about like Anubis or Anu in general. That is like God frequency. Like, it's like the letter A is one. So that's fire. We know that fire is God. And then new is literally making new fire. So what I'm doing with my imagination, right, I'm being Anu. I'm bringing a new awareness to the old. And then that's the point of Anubis, or any spirit that wants to carry that Anu energy. It's about like a new imagination, a new awareness. But then that's always still going to be expression of your soul, your spirit. So it's this balance of finding like, who were you before, so that you can be a better version of yourself now. Anu. Powerful. Law of attraction. Scroll up from that comment if you had a question about stardust. I'm scrolling. I'm looking for you who doesn't have the profile picture. I'm seeing a lot of comments. Okay. Nope. The last non-profile picture I also replied to, that was the cross comment. I'm not seeing anything about stars. You're going to have to repeat that. Yeah, scroll up from the comment if you had a question about stardust. What? I have seen nothing about stardust. Stardust is just particles that are made to express an atmosphere. And then the mind itself is the atmosphere that allows the particles to exist. And the particles are your body. That's why your body is made up out of stardust. I'll look, whatever. Reply. Let me see what's up. I knew it would be equivalent to, hold up. No, let me scroll. Yeah, see, there's no comment. But yeah, right. Enrique 15. Scroll up from that comment if you had a question about stardust. Again, right. Dust is earth. A star is water. Actually. So when you think about stardust, that's dust that exists inside of a star. So stardust is like, technically the whole universe is one star, and then the star itself is a big body of water. Stars look like fire because our water is created by fire. So this is why when it plays out in the universe, it looks like this star is a big ball of fire, when in reality, it's a big ball of water, or else it wouldn't be able to connect. So everything that's connected is water. That's why life is water-based. That's why we water fast, to get connected with our spirit. And then the vibration of our stardust, our bodies, our particles raise, so that we can actually communicate more and do awesome stuff. Gang, gang. So that's how we use stardust to express ourselves inside the universe. And then we build stars that allow our minds to communicate. But like, we know that we're not our mind, and we know that we're not the spirit, and we know that we're not our mind. We know that we're not our connection with ourselves. We know that we're not even our circumstances that we're observing. We are the spirit that is observing the circumstance. And then that's where we get into alchemy. How do you alchemize your circumstances to serve you instead of hinder you? right? Because that's how we make Hermeticism relevant for everybody. How do you use your circumstance? How do you use your alchemy, your ability to communicate, to change your circumstances into something that serves you instead of feeling like you're hindered, right? Because I can feel like I'm hindered by being a black person. But if I don't use my own soul to transform what that means to me, then I'm actually going to stay stuck in hell forever. And that's not why I came here. I didn't come here to get stuck in hell. Yes, for Earth. What's the contract for? Contracts are how spirits connect. So, if, for example, right now I'm working off of a contract. That's why all business deals are contracts, and every time you're in a body is technically a business trip, because you have to sign a contract to agree to being in that body. And now this body has certain rules, right? So for example, in my contract, it says if I jump off a 100-foot mountain, I'm going to die, or a 100-foot cliff, anything like, right? If I jump off a high enough height, I'm going to die. That's in my biological contract for being here. I can break my contract, but if I break my contract, I'm not going to keep expressing myself through this body. So that's like the spiritual thing of contract is connection. So when people are trying to figure out like how to connect with someone, you write a contract, right? Anu would be the equivalent to Jesus' father, and Leal would be the Jesus Enki would be Noah. And it's funny because like, this is the issue with physical reality. People want to feel like all these religions are connected, and they are, but at the same time, they're all expressions of completely separate individuals. So like it doesn't make sense to look at a Sumerian culture express their individuality and then watch a totally different culture come along thousands of years later and then try to say that the religion they just created is somehow a continuation off of this other religion. That's not possible. You're not the same individuals. So you can't say that one individual in one religion is the same as another. Like it would take the individual from in those bodies to do that, like I'm doing now. Like I can connect religions because I, as Mercury, am called away from my space to help people build religions and make sense out of life or whatever. So now when I come back, I can see how far the religions have come from when they first called me, and I can give clarity on what these religions are doing and whatever, while at the same time being limited by the awareness that you are. Like we're all speaking English. I'm limited technically by what people can agree upon. Like if people on the internet don't agree upon certain ideas, that's an idea that I'm not going to communicate about too much because it's not worth my spirit to talk about it. Right. So like I literally have to like bring my vibration super low actually to look at the internet and look at the ideas that people have agreed to connect on, because that's the only way I can actually communicate inside of your mind or inside of this internet digital atmosphere in a way that makes sense. So, I mean, that's fun stuff, but it doesn't make sense when we're thinking about how one individual or a group of individuals that make a family to build one religion are not at all the same individuals as this other family that want to piggyback off of that religion. So, for example, I mean, the people that we call Jews today are not a race. Like it's impossible to be a race. It's an ideology. It's a mind state, right? It's literally an idea that they want to make a race because they're using this idea to erase indigenous peoples. And then that's where all indigenous peoples can get erased by Jewish people. And then Jewish people can be like, oh, we're oppressed because the Holocaust, when they made money propagating the Holocaust in world wars that erased indigenous peoples. And then also I can literally go onto the internet and see that Hitler, his whole inspiration for the Holocaust came from how Andrew Jackson and the American presidents took over natives here. So literally Nazis actually thought Jim Crow went too far, by the way. So I like just letting you know that America is so racist. They not only created Nazis said that America was too racist for their ideology. And so now it's no wonder that America wants to say that Nazis are evil. Nazis are literally a nicer version of America. So of course, like America is like, oh, Nazis are so evil, but it's because they did to white people what America did to black people. So America thinks it's evil to do to white people what you built your whole nation doing to black people. So now when Hitler is like, we should do this to people who are lighter in color, America's like, no, no. And everyone in the world's like, no, you can't do that to light colored people. Let's ignore how we did this to dark colored people so we can say that we're good for making money off of fighting a war where we save light colored people from themselves. And now Jews still own the banking system and still make money buying land that you can't buy. You can just steal it. Because if I don't have the same banking system as you, how are you going to buy land from me? Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Eleanor is my new name. Cool name. I'll call you Eleanor. So once again, more turning of knowing. Yeah, the great flood of Abzu. All right. Right. And then